And we're live. What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for joining. Rockets are flying. Actually, I should say missiles. These are ballistic missiles. Flying, airstrikes. Blood is being spilled. The war continues. Right now, there are 14 dead in Israel, over 300 injured, 3 buried under rubble. In Iran, over 100 killed and over 300 injured. It seems like with all this, we forgot about Gaza, where over 60 people were killed just yesterday. It's sad how cheap Gazan blood is, that it's just another day, just another 60 people. How does this end? Where do we go from here? Unclear. It looks like Iran has showed an interest in negotiating a ceasefire. They say they're ready to stop as soon as Israel's ready to stop. This should not be surprising. Iran has not been looking for direct engagement with Israel. They are essentially forced into this. It's doesn't seem like a war they want to fight. They're much more comfortable fighting through their proxies. Israel obviously is trying to pull Trump in. Israeli ministers are already saying that Israel cannot destroy their nuclear program in entirety on its own. They're trying to get Trump involved. Will Trump join? Hard to say. Doesn't seem like his base would like it. Well, I guess his base would probably be split, right? He has somewhat of like there are the Zionist MAGA, and then there's the America First MAGA. And some make the case that toppling Iran is America First, but the America First camp is a little bit less interventionist, generally speaking. We will see what happens. Supposedly, Trump said that he is open to Putin negotiating a ceasefire. That's interesting. But hey, whoever's down to negotiate a ceasefire, let's get this shit done. I think Israelis are a little bit surprised by the force Iran has shown. We have had tens of thousands of rockets shot on Israel, but this is different. These are high-powered ballistic missiles that we just do not have the means to shoot down all of them. Is that changing the sentiment on the ground? I'm not sure. I imagine most Israelis are still supportive of the strikes on Iran. And let's explain the Israeli position very clearly now. Israelis believe that Iran is very close to having nuclear weapons. And the assessment on how close are they, opinions on that differ. They're close in the sense that they have a fair bit of enriched uranium that is close to weapons grade. But the bigger question is, do they have the weapons systems to deliver such nuclear weapons? And this we do not have evidence of them possessing. Are they building it in secret? Perhaps. If they aren't, and they decide to, how long will that take? People speculate anywhere from weeks to months, some say years. But if you genuinely believe Iran is close to possessing nuclear weapons and you're Israeli, how can you feel comfortable with that? If we need to sacrifice some of our own in order to ensure they don't get nuclear weapons, that's a worthy sacrifice. This is how most Israelis view this. In my opinion, and those who watch this channel know that my opinions are often outlier in Israeli society. I think, if nothing else, this actually probably increases the chance of nuclear proliferation, because when you are attacked and feel somewhat of an existential threat, a nuke is one way to create a serious deterrent. Iran didn't start enriching uranium to near weapons grade until after Israel attacked their nuclear facility in 2021. So there seems to be a clear pattern that when they're attacked, they speed up the process. If these attacks lead to the collapse of the Iranian regime, then perhaps it won't speed up the process. But what does that even mean to collapse the Iranian regime? No one really has a plan for how to do that or what that looks like. And no one even has any idea of what the alternative to the regime would be right now. Would it just be happen in the form of a military coup? And would that be preferable to the Ayatollah? That's not at all certain. So I don't think there's all too much foresight at all, which is kind of Netanyahu's thing. He is driven by, more than anything, his own self-preservation and his own legacy. He needs massive military victories before elections next year, so he could have people forget about his massive blunder of October 7th. But meanwhile, blood spills, blood of Gazans, blood of Iranians, and blood of Israelis. It's not just that Netanyahu views Palestinian blood as cheap or Iranian blood as cheap. His own people's blood is cheap to him. If he needs to sacrifice us for his own benefit, he will. Anyways, I see we have a lot of comments coming in. We'll try to get to all of them. Obviously, we will prioritize super chats. If anybody wants to give a super chat, would be greatly appreciative. All the super chats are reinvested into the channel. Let's see. We see CS Engineer saying Free Palestine. Foxy Ellen saying Shalom Achi. Shalom Shalom. That means hello, brother. Well, you know, Foxy Ellen sounds like a chick's name. Like you're Foxy and your name is Ellen. Actually, you might be. Achi doesn't mean you're a man. It means you consider me a man, which I happen to be. Boris Goldzamd. If you care about blood in Gaza, why they didn't give the hostages? Boris, what are you talking about? Please make sense. Happy to answer your question. I have no idea what you're talking about. If I care about blood, why didn't they do something? What's the connection between me caring and them, whoever they are, doing something? So why they have 65% or more rich uranium? How would an Israeli be worried? Okay. Oh, Boris, I think I know what you what you meant then. So 65 uranium has no civilian use. That's true. You need 90% for weapons grade. 65 to 90 is not all too far. It seems like there's probably a few things at play here. One of them is just negotiating leverage. We saw that they started enriching uranium to 60% at a much faster pace right after Trump got elected in his second term. Trump made it very clear he's going to deal with Iran. So if you now see Trump is coming into power, whether he decides a military route or a negotiation route, having uranium at 60% can help negotiations, or if you feel attacked, it puts you in a position where you can get that nuclear weapon, right? So we could speculate as to what their motivation is. Boris, you ask, how wouldn't an Israeli be worried? As I explained, Israelis are rightfully worried. So, Boris, what you said is, why won't they release the hostages? Well, first of all, that's not going to end the blood being spilled. Israel's main priority is not getting the hostages back. They made that very clear. It's to defeat Hamas, and now they're saying they're not going to stop until Gazans are ethnically cleansed. Returning the hostages is not going to stop the blood being spilled. Why would they give up their only leverage, only for Israel to continue? They agreed to give the hostages back days after October 7th. We could have had them back 2 years ago, many more alive, and without the trauma that's come with years of being in a tunnel with constant bombardments. We didn't get them back because we meaning my government, Israel, preferred war, preferred blood over negotiating to get them back. That's why. Michael Avadi says you should watch this video. I don't see a video link. You could send me one. They've been doing this for over 20 years already. I don't know. They didn't enrich any uranium past 3.5% until only a few years ago, after their reactor was attacked. Part of the agreement that Obama made with them was that they would not enrich past 3.5%. Actually, don't catch me on that. It might have been 20% because there's medical uses for 20%, but there was no enrichment to 65%, or to 60%, and they were letting UN inspectors make sure of this. Trump ruined that deal. A few years later, Israel attacked their facility. They started enriching to 60%. I have no love whatsoever for the Ayatollah. Their people deserve better, without a doubt. So this is not a defense of them, but you poke the bear, and it clearly the pattern shows it brings them closer to nuclear weapons, or at the very least, the threat of nuclear weapons through enriching uranium. Michael, you're saying here's a report, but you're not sending a link, so I can't open it, but I'm happy to look at it. IAEA said, look, IAEA in their most recent report spoke about 2 violations, and these violations are relevant, but they also said they have no proof whatsoever of them building a nuclear weapons program, right? So one is a focus on the enrichment, and that we know they're enriching. They also have undisclosed sites that we know, but in terms of a weapons program, this we don't have evidence of. They did run a weapons program from 1999 to 2003 and dropped it, and they dropped it when the U.S. invaded Iraq. Maybe they understood that having this weapons program probably isn't a good idea. Although you could see reverse logic, because had they had a nuke, they may have not been attacked. But for whatever reason, in 2023, they stopped. We have no evidence of them pursuing it since then. So often the breaches has to do with enrichment, not with the weaponization of this. But again, I also, Michael, I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm saying you're talking about a report, but if I don't have a link, then there's just, I can't engage with what you're saying. So happy to review the report here live for everybody to see. Unless it's from one of those like bullshit think tanks, those pro-war think tanks, like Henry Jackson Society, scam of a think tank. Where were we? Look, there's been a lot of progress in the Middle East in many ways. They're warming up to UAE. These are rivals for a long time, UAE and Iran. They're literally starting to warm up to normalize ties. Iran is normalizing ties with the US and Israeli ally. They've showed a willingness to negotiate. So while the regime is brutal, it seems like they are open to being part of the Western world. It seems. And in the midst of these negotiations, when Trump was doing the right thing and trying to negotiate a deal, Israel decided to throw a wrench in it all. No, Michael, I can't see your links. You want to message me on, are you on Discord? You want to send it to me on Discord? You could also send it to me on Twitter or on Instagram, email, let me know. Here's our Discord if you or anybody else wants to join. So Iran's regime is not a homicidal group. We should ignore their verbal posting about eliminating Israel and their anti-Holocaust. No, Daniel, that's not what I'm saying. It's just Iran being an enemy of Israel is not equivalent, does not automatically by default mean that going to war with them is the right thing to do. It's not at all certain that war with them stops them building a nuke. It very well might ensure that they do so. We have no plan for regime change. We have no guarantee U.S. is involved. Right now, blood is being spilt in Israel as well. So recognizing that they're homicidal group, as you describe them, is not the same as needing to wage war on them. Are we waging war on North Korea? We are not. There are endless authoritarian leaders who have been involved in horrific human rights abuses. We're not toppling them. So there are other ways to deal with their problems. And one of the best ways is to invite them into the Western world, use diplomacy. We've seen this work time and time again. We saw them agree to a deal under Obama. We saw them willing to negotiate with Trump. They're warming up to UAE. This idea that the only way to deal with them is through violence, I'm not buying it. And I'm not going to say there's never room for violence in this world. I imagine sometimes you have no other choice, but it should always be a last resort. But humans have this tendency to see violence as the go-to. It's hardwired into us. And I guess for hundreds of thousands of years, our tendency towards violence kept us alive. But now with the weapons we possess and the weapons we will possess in the future, sorry, I gotta remember to get my WhatsApp closed when I do these streams. With the weapons we're gonna possess in the future, if we cannot build a world that doesn't see violence as the first response and that doesn't have institutions that could stop violence from taking place, humanity is at stake. I'm not a fearmonger. I can't tell you the likelihood of this happening, but we need to, we should all be concerned as our weapons get more powerful, that our tendency towards violence can potentially pose an existential threat. Abebri says, I studied with many Palestinian Israelis. None of them post anything in regards to the war now, wondering why. Interesting. I'm not sure. I don't know what to make of that. Palestinian citizens of Israel, A, are not a monolith, but B, have a very diverse, are not a monolith, but they also have a complex identity, you know? Many of them very much feel Israeli, but almost all also have some kind of Palestinian identity. Others reject Palestinian identity and are very Israeli. Others deny their Israeli identity completely and consider themselves Palestinian. They also often don't identify as Palestinian within Israeli society because it's not a favorable identity in Israeli society. So it's almost like a hidden identity. Very complex relationship. Now, there are places in the country where you go and there's this beautiful example of coexistence. Haifa, which was hit yesterday, I think is one such city. The Galilee, where I'm currently living, is one such area. And but yeah, while some areas things are good and we see the potential for peaceful coexistence, it's not a perfect. They're not perfectly integrated into society. Does this answer your question? No, but for that reason, it's hard for me to know what to make of the fact that they're not talking about this. Paul says Trump gave Iran 60 days to make a deal and sign the deal, and it wasn't done. Correct, but negotiations were meant to continue today, and they were canceled because of Israel's strike. Daniel Newman says North Korea is not an existential threat to Israel. That's true, but they they're like the United States, because you use very similar logic. They do possess nuclear weapons. They're not an ally of the United States. The United States is not bombing them with that logic. If we don't want Iran to be an existential threat, we need to find a way to make peace with them. And we have no plan to topple their regime. So to be at war with them does not decrease the chance that they pose an existential threat. I know many people say that, but that's really just living through like this militarist mindset. With this militarist mindset, I don't think it's at all obvious that us attacking them reduces the existential threat. Us finding a way towards peace with them is the way to do it. And to say it's impossible, I don't buy that for a minute. The United States literally spent 20 years fighting Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is now Al-Julani. Al-Qaeda running Syria, looking to normalize ties with Israel, about to normalize with the United States. Like this whole idea that ideologies are static and not amenable to change. It's just time and time again throughout history, we see this. We see that once an enemy, in the next generation, an ally. So I don't buy this that we can't have this with Iran, especially when we look at the trajectory of the Middle East and how they are warming up to their Sunni Arab neighbors, how they have showed a willingness to negotiate with the West. So the idea that they are stuck in their ways and the only way to deal with them is to bomb them, I think that's what many have been convinced of by Israel and by neoconservatism. And it's not hard to convince because of our innate tendency towards violence. But to me, it's not at all obvious that that's not the only approach, but it doesn't seem like the best approach. It's an approach that is playing with fire. Jonathan Buckenmeyer, Hamas offered to give back all hostages 2 years ago. Never heard of that, really. Yeah, you don't hear about it because, well, I don't know where you consume your media, but Israeli media is not talking about this, or pro-Israel media doesn't talk about this. Sinwar, it was Sinwar made a statement weeks after October 7th, said if Israel does not enter Gaza and will exchange all the hostages back for every Palestinian prisoner. That was the deal. And then the hostage families got a report. It was reported to the hostage families from an Israeli official that days after October 7th, they said they would release all the civilian hostages for Israel to not enter and some amount of prisoners. Now, again, you could say that's not a favorable deal, but if you get a deal that's not favorable, you counter, you go to the negotiating table, you try to make it work. So yeah, we could have had them back years ago. Hamas didn't take hostages in order to hold them. They don't want to hold them. They don't want to need to feed extra people. They don't want to need to do guard duty of these hostages. They took them for a reason. They took them as leverage. They're willing to give them back under the right conditions. But Israel's conditions up until now has been total defeat of Hamas. And as of late, Netanyahu made it clear that his plan is to relocate Gazans. So it's not even clear if we know that if they just give back the hostages, that likely won't end Israel's operation there. But even if Hamas surrenders at this point, it's not clear because Netanyahu says it won't stop until Trump's plan is in place. My channel says, where in the Galilee do you live? I live in a town called Ma'alot Tarshiha. It's two towns. It's like a dual municipality. Ma'alot is primarily Jewish. There are some Arab families here. Tarshiha is almost entirely Arab/Palestinian, depending on how they identify. Most that's both. And what's cool about Tarshiha is it's both Christian and Muslim. So it's a mixed town. Michael, you messaged me directly on Discord. Thank you so much. Let's see. How many pages is 13 pages? 2015. All right. Well, this is like one of those heavy reports. I'm not going to read this right now, but their more recent report I think is relevant, which which I explained. They made a violation in terms of enriching to 60% and having undisclosed locations. But also that report also says there's no evidence of them having some kind of a weapons program. So again, I'm not like, guys, don't think that I am saying there is no threat of Iran and that Israelis shouldn't fear a nuclear Iran. That's not at all my position. It's more so, if that is the case, what is the best way to deal with it? And war, in my opinion, is just not. Now, I want to talk about something interesting. Michael Avadi is saying you can't really make peace with the regime because their interpretation of Islam won't allow it to happen. I'm not saying that Israel can't make peace with forms of Islam. No, so I don't buy that either. Interpretation also changes from person to person, year to year. Iran right now, Iran's interpretation of Islam explicitly is saying we don't build nuclear weapons because it's anti-Islamic, right? So if you're going to use their interpretation of Islam, well, then we shouldn't be scared that they're going to use nukes. I don't think people's religious beliefs are, I don't want to say that they're as strong as they say they are. I think they generally are strong, but they can be changed. Again, al-Julani was Al-Qaeda a few years ago. Now he's a statesman. Also, Khomeini is 86. Someone's going to replace him. A new opportunity. We are seeing changes. And there's also no reason to think that if Israel can find peace with Palestinians, that Iran would still want to harm Israel. Like if we are really working towards solving the conflict, this whole idea that Iran is going to continue to try to fight us, that doesn't seem so plausible, in my opinion. Now, there's this interesting thing I'm seeing online, and I imagine this is true about propagandists of all forms, but I'm just hyper aware of it when it comes to the Hasbaristas of the world. I just coined that term for the first time, Hasbaristas. And for those who don't know, Hasbara means to explain in Hebrew. It's the official word for those who engage in pro-Israel advocacy, essentially propaganda. So the Hasbaristas of the world, I'm hyper aware of their conduct. And I don't know if it's that they just seriously, there's like this lack of self-awareness, or they just don't care about reality. Maybe a little bit of both, but we saw them post, Israel strikes only military installations while Iran is only hitting civilian centers. First of all, I mean, aside from the fact that in the past 2 years, Israel has killed over 50,000 civilians in Gaza, including 16,000 children, I mean, have some self-awareness. But in addition to that, we didn't only attack military installations in Iran. We hit a residential building. We did an assassination on a high-ranking commander, but we killed 20 children in that attack. And in their first day of retaliation, they killed 4 adults. So for us to sit here and say that somehow we are only targeting military installations when we killed 20 children, and they're trying to kill as many civilians as possible when they killed 4 adults. Again, I know intention matters, but you cannot just shy away and sweep under the rug the actual toll of your attacks. And attacking a residential building that is almost entirely civilian is not a military installation. And to think that killing a high-level commander is worth slaughtering 20 children, that's not at all obvious. In fact, I'd say to most people, it's obvious that that's not something you should do. Another interesting thing is Iran has very similar plausible deniability to Israel in terms of them targeting civilians, right? When Israel kills civilians in Gaza, they say we were targeting militants or military infrastructure, and we just couldn't, that's collateral damage. We couldn't get them without civilians dying. It's essentially a lack of capability to hit only militants. Well, the barrages of ballistic missiles Iran are shooting have almost all been towards military bases. These ballistic missiles don't have the best accuracy. There's a range of, I don't remember the exact number, but some amount of a few dozen kilometer radius, so not so accurate. But for them, they have the same plausible deniability. We're targeting army bases it's a lack of capability, and that's why civilians are dying. They have the same level of plausible deniability, but yet there are some that are convinced that Israel is only targeting military installations and Iran is only targeting civilians. That's one's worldview on propaganda. That's what a brain on propaganda looks like. But it's not at all obvious that their intention is to hit civilians. When we look at the directions their ballistic missiles are being shot at. And I actually hold the same position about Israel. People say, do you think Israel is intentionally killing civilians? And I say it's more plausible that there's a callous indifference towards their life, and any suspicion of potential military activity, any advantage they could get in trying to defeat Hamas, they take, even if it's killing a whole family. So similar. They're focusing on, let's say, militants with a callous indifference towards civilian life. The idea that Israel is virtuous and Iran is evil, that's just not, that's just not what it is. It's generally not that black and white. I think that Israel is less authoritarian, and we certainly have more better record on human rights for our own people. But Israel also has a worse record of human rights on other people, primarily the Palestinians. But this idea that it's so obvious that this is good versus bad, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. We've killed way more people than them. We've killed way more children, way more civilians. Not even close. Although I guess it depends how far back you go. How many civilians died in the Iran-Iraq war? How many civilians died in Iraq? Estimated civilian death. Okay, so 50 to 100. This is ChatGPT, so somebody could double check this. So 50 to 100. So, and this was in the 80s. So still a fair bit less than Israel when you total all of Israel's wars. And if you look in the 21st century, not even close. Israel's taking the cake. So Daniel Newman is saying Al-Shara, who Al-Julani of Syria, is saying has likely been interested in opening to the West because of the power imbalance. We don't know his calculus would change if that didn't exist. Sure, but Iran could function under a very same logic. If their self-preservation relies on them opening up to the West, then I think there's a very plausible chance that happens. What is the Discord channel? I just dropped a link, Jonathan. We have a community of Israelis, Palestinians, and voices all around the world. We do conversations all the time. Maybe even, hold on. Yeah, maybe I'm going to stream this directly from Discord as well. And we'll see if anybody from Discord wants to join the stream. Yeah, if anybody wants to hop on stream, share thoughts, ask questions, you are definitely welcome to. That's the stage waiting room. Okay, cool. Share screen. Hold on one second, guys. Give me a moment. Bear with me. Welcome, guys. Those joining right now on Discord, I've been streaming already for the past 20 or so minutes, but I decided I'll stream it here as well. You guys get to see the little back end. And if anybody wants to hop on, you could raise your hand and ask questions, share thoughts, etc. Gilad says, then why do they enrich uranium to such a high level, Adar? So the two most plausible reasons, in my opinion, are A, negotiating leverage. The level of enrichment increased drastically after Trump got elected. and they started enriching to 60% after Israel attacked their nuclear reactor in 2021. The other is if they're feeling threatened, maybe they do want to be prepared to build nuclear weapons. But this idea that they've been like trying for 20 years, like Israel, specifically Netanyahu, has been saying for 20 years Iran is on the verge of nuclear weapons. Iran is more than capable of building them that in that time frame had they tried. This isn't like some technology that we don't know about. The United States had a nuke in the 40s, India in the 70s, Pakistan in the 90s, North Korea in 2006. To think that in the 2020s, Iran has been trying and just couldn't figure it out. They're a very educated country. They have a lot of scientists and they have a lot of money. The reason they don't have a nuke yet is a decision to. Have they been inching closer? Yes. But this inching closer, a lot of it is connected to aggression towards them. So a lot of the framing is, yeah, they've just been trying and now they're really, really close. I think that's the slightly false framing. If they really, really wanted to, they would have had one. Is it possible that once their proxies fell, and after they're back and forth with Israel the past 2 years, and with Trump getting elected, they're like, you know what? We feel that this poses an existential threat, and the only way to have a deterrent is to have a nuke. So now we're going to go for it. I would say that is certainly possible. Like I would not at all deny that that's a possibility, but I think it's just as likely that they know that Trump is making this part of his presidency. He wants to do something with Iran. So to having all this enriched uranium is a great negotiating leverage. But then the other question is, like, people say, if they don't want nukes, why 60%? Well, if they want nukes, why not 90%? That's what you need. You don't need 60%. Harry Potter says 70K people killed in Gaza by Israel. That's probably an accurate range, yeah. That's an accurate range, though, but with indirect deaths, it's likely going to be higher. Michael says, I think you don't believe that the religion is as strong to them as it might be, but that could be because you're not exposed to such ideologies. No, I'm not sure. My family is very religious, fundamentalists, Kahanists, many of them. And even me, with one-on-one conversations with them, I see that I'm able to shift their perspective. Like, all you need to do is look at history and at the modern day world and see how many different variations there are of variations, meaning interpretations of each religion, and how connected they are to one's culture and one's environment, and how they change from place to place. Okay, why is it that Saudi Arabia, women got the right to drive a few years ago? Did the Quran change? What changed? Something in the world and the culture changed. Rontal saying Hasbaristas is the new word of the day. Thank you. Let's coin that. Let's make that shit go viral. And I'll tell you why Hasbaristas is good, because often when we try to talk about groups of people say, oh, the Israelis or the Jews or the Zionists, but that's painting a very broad stroke, right? Hasbarista is people engaging in a certain action of pro-Israel propaganda. So, and there's different forms of Hasbara. I think that's good because it allows us to focus on actions and not just something so broad as saying Zionists. Michael's saying it's not that they couldn't figure it out, it's that they've been trying to hide it. That's fine. If they've been trying to hide it and trying to build a nuke, they would have had one. They've been accused of this for like 3 decades now. That's more than enough time to build nuclear weapons. Yaakov, welcome back. I still want to hear why you think Iran should have nukes. I'm so intrigued by your perspective on this. I really want to know. You didn't tell me last time. Hold on, guys. This glare here, you see that? It's a little annoying, right? It's also... Actually, I don't even know if there's a simple solution. We just might need to wait for the sun to set. Shortly, it will set over the mountain. We'll even get to see the sunset through the TV, right? Because right in front of me, I have this beautiful view of some Galilean mountain. Daniel Newman saying Iran is doing their own nuclear research. That is true. To get from 30 to 60 is far more difficult when you come to the technology from zero. That's also true. 60 to 90 takes less, without a doubt. Getting from 0 to 20 is the hardest. 20 to 60, not all too hard. And then 60 to 90, even easier. Rontal is saying, it helps me to have a word like husbaristas because I always say I'm in a complicated relation with Zionism. Were it not for Zionism, I wouldn't be alive, and I'm keenly aware of this fact. Yeah, I hear you, you know. I'd say that would be true for me as well, right? The fact that my parents met in Israel. So it's complicated. Yeah, I would agree with you. It's also the problem. I just don't like the term Zionism. It's just not. It's not a good term. Just not a good term. Because it has completely different meaning depending on who you ask. Jews say it's just Jewish self-determination. And anti-Zionists say it's a form of Jewish supremacy. Now, it's in fact both, right? Our version of self-determination, this manifestation of Zionism, is a form of Jewish supremacy and has necessitated ethnic cleansing to succeed. So while we just view it as us expressing our right to be free and sovereign for Palestinians, Zionism is anti-Palestinian. I think we don't need a term, just say self-determination, right? If you support Palestinian self-determination, what does that make you? Is there a special term for it? You know? So Zechariah Corner saying allies killed more civilians. Correct. This is why you can't only judge a country by how many civilians were killed. You need to look at the greater context. But are you going to now argue that every of the civilians Israel killed have all been necessary and in wars that they had to fight? A brutal military occupation of the West Bank that sees people dying every year, mowing the lawn in Gaza every few years. Is this necessary? Is this the same as trying to defeat the Nazis? Killing 50 to 100,000 in Gaza, is that necessary? So yeah, if you want to take a specific example like fighting the Nazis, we could talk about that, but that's not what Israel's doing. So I agree context matters, but that's not relevant with this comparison. Also, the Allies committed massive war crimes in World War II. So they didn't need to kill more civilians. And we passed international law after World War II, partially because of the war crimes that were committed. We understood our weapons are getting stronger. We need to create a way for warring parties to care about the civilians of their opposing nation. We understood it's a problem to carpet bomb cities. We've made progress as a human species, but we've regressed in a sense. We've regressed. Also, Zach, now that I think about it, I'm not sure they did kill more civilians. They did kill more militants. Did they kill more civilians? I saw somebody contest that. Maybe somebody could look it up, but it doesn't change. It doesn't change the point anyways. Rontel says, my grandfather only came to mandatory Palestine in 1933 from Berlin because it was a safe haven. Yeah. It kind of shuts down a conversation when somebody uses the word Zionism. So I try to speak on a more human, general human level to bring people together. Yeah, Ron, I think that's the way. You know, I think terminology matters, but some terminology is so contested and triggering, and then all of a sudden we're debating terminology and semantics rather than the actual issue. So I think it's good to keep that in mind. Yakov says, the Muslims made huge progress in Sudan, Syria, Yemen, Bangladesh, Iran, Iraq. Yeah, I mean, you could focus on the most failed Muslim nations, but you could also focus on places like UAE and Saudi Arabia. You could focus on Syria, that's looking to be part of the Western world. So yeah, we've seen progress all across the board, and also you don't get to sit there as a proud Israeli and think you have some moral high ground. No one's killed more children than Israel in the 21st century relative to population size. We take the cake in incinerating children with high-powered weaponry. You don't have any moral high ground. This is just a very common outlook. It's a colonizer mindset. Our killing is okay. We're sophisticated. Their killing is barbaric. We have these fancy weapons that you need to make in factories. We go to universities. So when we kill, that's just us doing what we need to do. When they kill, it's barbaric. Colonizers have been doing this for hundreds of years, and I imagine this predates colonization, where, well, what we describe as colonization, like empires as they were expanding, used very similar rationale. We could conquer land. We are the modern. We are bringing modernity to these places. Empires have been doing this forever. They find a justification for why their killing is okay. Yakov Mishka says, a USA-born man called me a colonizer. Well, first of all, I said it's a colonizer mindset. It has nothing to do with where you were born. It has everything to do with your mindset. You think like a colonizer. Whether you are one or not, I don't care about that conversation. I care about how you think and your actions. You have the mind of a colonizer. Or maybe you have a bit bigotry of low expectations. No, people don't really know how to apply that term, or some people do, but not your type, as far as I can tell. Understanding context and nuance and power dynamics has nothing to do with bigotry of low expectations. Thinking that individuals have no agency whatsoever because of their environment, you could say, is bigotry of low expectations. But expecting groups to act how you want them to act, denying that a group is not going to act in accordance to your desires is not bigotry of low expectations. And one can even say I have the same bigotry of low expectations towards Israelis, because I recognize that Israelis, as genocidal as our people have become, were products of our environment. I don't blame Israelis. I blame the institutions that rule us. Michael Ovadia says, is the Arabization of the people and the land also colonization? Well, not all Arabization, but yeah, you had the Arab conquest. That's certainly a form of, if not traditional colonization, it's conquest. Yeah, it's a very similar thing. And they used similar logic for them. We are bringing Islam to these places. Part of Arabization, though, did not happen through conquest. It happened over time through culture spreading. But yeah, it falls in that category as well. And they used a very similar rationale. Why are Arab immigrants from Egypt or Jordan not colonizers, but European Jews are? Well, who are you asking? I don't consider Israelis to be colonizers. I'm describing a certain colonial mindset. Zionism is a settler colonialist movement. It's not a traditional colonialist movement, so there's no mother nation to which we're sending the resources we extract from this land. Settler colonialism does not require mother nation. It's a population coming and replacing the native population living there. Zionism very clearly falls under that category. And us coming from this land does not make a difference. We have other examples. Liberia is also considered a settler colonialist movement. This was African Americans who moved back to Africa to recreate a homeland in Africa. Similar, right? You see some similarities there, and they displaced local populations. That's widely considered settler colonialism. It's not really contested. Zionism is similar. So yeah, Mother Nature does not matter. But what is true, the settler colonialist movement was very much supported by actual colonialist nations, and that's one of the reasons why we're viewed as colonialists, because of who supported us in achieving statehood. Now, if you say, why are Arab immigrants from Egypt and Jordan not colonized? So if let's say there's a movement of Arabs from Egypt who came en masse and started displacing the local people and trying to create some Egyptian sovereign whatever, yeah, that'd be settler colonialism. That'd be a perfectly sound description for it. Let's see what's going on Discord. Oh, cool. We got a nice little crew here on Discord. Yeah, anybody can hop on. So Grocery Man saying that the Africans weren't returning their specific homeland. It was just a random part of Western Africa. Okay. Tel Aviv is not our ancestral homeland, my guy. Like the places where we settled, the places that we got in 47, that wasn't traditionally where we lived. The heart of our homeland is Judea and Samaria, primarily Judea. But again, it's still similar enough in nature that this idea that because you lived exactly on that land thousands of years ago, then it's not settler colonialism. I mean, look, let me give you an example, Grocery Man. Imagine if there was a Native American population that during the American colonization, they were taken as slaves and brought over to England, where they kept their own, some society. Yeah, they started speaking English and had adopted a British accent and a British way of life, but they kept still connection to the Americas they always yearned to return. Let's say they finally got that option to return, but they came with force, closing shady deals there's no comparable example, because land ownership works very different in the United States than it did in British Mandate in Ottoman Palestine. But just imagine that they started displacing populations, coming with kind of this arrogance, patronizing the local populations. You could see that some leftists that have no sympathy for Zionism might have sympathy for these indigenous populations. So when you look at this analogy, you actually can maybe see an inconsistency in how leftists view Zionism as opposed to how they would view this movement had it come from, let's say, Native Americans. But it's not like people would have just said, yeah, you could go displace white Americans from South Dakota so you could recreate your homeland and treat them like shit. No, that too would be settler colonialism. The fact that they lived there doesn't mean they're not engaging in a movement that is displacing the local population. So it doesn't really make a difference. So Tavern, I think you just joined now, but settler colonialism does not require a mothership colonizer. That is colonialism. Settler colonialism is distinct in the sense that there is no mother nation that you're sending resources to. There's many examples of this. Some of the early conquests of America was also settler colonialism. Australia was settler colonialism, or to a large degree. So there's many examples where there's not a mother nation that is explicitly sending, and often settler colonizers are refugees that are looking for a better life. There's a lot of similarities between Zionism and other settler colonialist movements. It doesn't require the mothership colonizer country. Grocery Man, so you think that white Americans who have lived on a piece of land for generations would be okay with foreigners coming and displacing them? Yeah, I don't think so, man. It's not something anybody would be okay with in the history of the world. You're saying, at least listening to the argument, you're talking about maybe American leftists. I'm saying if they come and take South Dakota, they come, maybe they want to take Alabama. Let's say a heavily armed southern state, Texas. So they try and take West Texas. You're saying West Texans would be like, yeah, come take it. Come on, man. Come on. That's just not plausible. And there's never been a population in the history of the world that was just okay with a foreign population coming and taking their land. So yeah, Zionism is an indigenous rights movement, but it's also a settler colonialist movement. It could be both. These are actually not contradictory. And I think part of actually reconciliation is Palestinians coming to realize that Zionism is an indigenous rights movement, but Zionists coming to understand that to them we are settler colonizers, and how they've responded to us is as all people before them have responded to settler colonizers. Tel Aviv was also purchased, was it not? Yeah. So this is an interesting point. Who was it purchased from? Ottoman landowners, who many of them had never even stepped foot on the land. How do they get ownership of the land? Who gave it to them? It was given to them by the Ottomans. Ottoman leadership would sometimes grant land to other wealthy families. It was like a gift. But does that mean it's their land and not the native population that have been living there? So, there's no exact comparison you can make, but imagine, and that's why law and morality are not the same. Often Zionist arguments are kind of like, they might sound good in the court of law, but they just get wrecked in the court of public opinion. And, Husbaristas just don't get this. They don't understand how bad their arguments sound in the court of public opinion. So imagine if, like, after the first 13 colonies were established, some American decided, you know what? The rest of the country, this is owned by us. Is that their right to decide that land is owned by them? Is the fact that they have more power and can go genocide the Native Americans mean it's theirs? Right? So it's like, the land ownership thing does not mean that it was taken justly. There were people living on that land for many generations. They were farming that land. We displaced, we don't know the exact number, but many thousands of peasants. We impoverished them more than they were impoverished. And often the land we kicked them off of wasn't inhabited for years after. They would return to their land, which was fenced, and they would see it just not farmed and not occupied. Think about what that does to somebody, how that fuels their radicalization. We impose on them conditions that are likely to lead to violence, and then we're shocked when they're violent, and then use that as a justification to impose more of the same conditions. Rontal is saying they did do that. It was called Manifest Destiny. Yeah, exactly. It was very similar. Those they bought the land for are not the rightful owners of the land, unless you believe that might is right and an empire gets to decide which other wealthy individual gets the land, and the native population living there has no say in it. Michael Avadi says there's no such thing as absolute morality or natural morality. I agree. And the understanding of land rights are not universal. I agree with that as well. But so can you understand, given what you just said, why Palestinians who are getting displaced from their homes are going to see this as an attack on them, as a form of violence? It's displacement. When they tried to conquer us, what did we do? We fought. When the Romans came, did we let them take the land? No, we fought. Tavern Bra says, okay, it doesn't require mothership, then let's move to the next question. Why would any Jew care about it? Care about what? I'm not sure I understand your question. Why would we care that it's settler colonialism? Well, if we care about solving the conflict, we need to understand how those we are in conflict with see us. Right now, we see their violence as we attribute it to just pure evil or Islamic, and we don't understand that they're actually acting as most other humans in their shoes would act. We don't even understand those we're in conflict with. And understanding the dynamic of settler colonialism, regardless of if you use the term or not, I think is essential. It's not about the terminology, it's about the dynamic. Yeah, L 1996 says, to me, what's wrong is not that they want to live in their ancient homeland, but displacement and mistreatment of others already living there. 100%. Jews should have a right to return to their ancestral homelands and live there. And if there's a way we could be sovereign there, great. But it can't come at the expense of another native population. At the very least, we can't expect them to just be okay with that. Your analogy by not taking, Grocerman says, your analogy by not taking into account the disbanding of the USA is dishonest. It's not dishonest. It's not dishonest at all. People, when they don't like how an analogy makes them feel, they try to point to small areas of difference that doesn't actually change the big picture. So let's take your analogy. USA is disbanded, okay. An indigenous tribe, a small group of which is still living in their homeland, has a large influx of their brethren coming in and building a state institutions on past USA land. White Americans would 100% listen to indigenous people. No, they will not. Bro, in what world would Americans 100% accept a native population, come, start displacing them, and building a homeland there, especially if the USA being disbanded came with that state or local population trying to build their own sovereign state. That's just not the idea that they'd be okay with it. Absolutely not. Imagine the USA is disbanded. Texas is working on building their own institutions, having their own sovereignty, and suddenly you just have a mass influx of Mexicans, right? Mexicans. That used to be Texas used to be Mexico, right? Mass amount of Mexicans say, hey guys, we're going to make this Mexico. We just do not give a shit what you think. We got this land deed from this person. Sorry, guys. Texans would take up arms and fight. The idea that they would accept it, there's just, I don't see why there's any reason to think that that's the case. None at all. I don't even think 2% of Palestinians living in Palestine care about ideas like settler colonialism. Then you're just not talking to Palestinians. It's not about the term settler colonialism. It's about a foreign population that came, displaced them, and continues to take their land slowly but surely. Sympho de Prague says, sounds contradictory. You're saying Americans were also refugees, but their motivation was primarily manifest destiny, not refugee-dom. Again, any example I give you, you'll be able to find differences. But there are settler colonialist movements which were built by refugees or people looking for a better life. So the early American colonizers, a lot of them were severely oppressed. They were Protestants who were oppressed by Catholics. Whether you're severely oppressed and looking for a better life or technically a refugee, negligible difference. This is just a semantic. It's like a semantic difference. It doesn't really make a difference in what we're trying to describe. So Tavern, on one hand, you're saying, do you think it's a genuine complaint? I don't think they care. It's an appeal to the West. So it's true that the Palestinian liberation movement has adopted language that will appeal to Westerners without a doubt, but these terms that they're adopting are still describing a reality that they're experiencing. So that reality, terminology aside, you could call it whatever you want. It's a very real reality that they're experiencing that they're not okay with. And they are trying to convince the West to care about their liberation movement by any means necessary. So strategically, they do use such language. I mean, even rebranding Zionism as an indigenous rights movement, which I'm perfectly okay with that rebranding, is also similar. It's to appeal to Westerners. Mute says, Adar is spot on. Ottoman leadership gave land to whoever And in turn, peasants, falahin, were paying taxes to them. Exactly. Landowners, nobility had no connection with the land. They were living in Istanbul, Beirut, Aleppo, Damascus. Exactly. Yeah. Rightful owners of the land appears to just be the majority population. So if Jews had immigrated before 1948, so they have a majority, would that make them the natives? There is something about majority that matters, right? A collective's ability to come together and make decisions, but they were only a majority because the native population didn't get any say over who can immigrate, which is in itself an injustice. So it was after British rule allowed. Well, I don't want to say unchecked immigration because that's not true. They did limit Jewish immigration for a while, but eventually unchecked immigration. Arab population didn't have much say in it. And so you can't not give the native population a say in how to govern themselves, let in mass amounts of people without them having any say in it and saying, oh, they're the majority now. Sorry, you lose your sovereignty. Doesn't quite cut it. And again, we could try to think of examples. Like, let's say you have some areas in the United States where might be majority Latino now. Does that, and let's say they're majority Latino through illegal immigration, can they just secede and make it part of Mexico? I don't think people would see that as a legitimate, as legitimate. I don't think you would find that as legitimate. Cameron Starr, how do you think this ends? What specifically? Israel-Palestine conflict, Israel-Iran? Happy to respond, just please elaborate. Casimir says, in quotations, not fully enabling national socialism, blood and soil was undesirable. Adar, as if that's my quote. Yeah, I love when autistic people don't understand what I say and misinterpret it. It's kind of cute. Like, Casimir, if you want me to take you seriously, at least be good faith in your interpretation of what I'm saying. So Sinfo de Prague, you're saying, I don't think American pioneer movement push factors are comparable. But again, you're looking for these subtle differences because the analogy is uncomfortable. But them being oppressed and persecuted is reality. Does it need to be as bad as Jewish persecution for their motivation to look for better life? Did they need to be murdered in the streets, or could they just be living in ghettos, or just not having equal rights and not having equal opportunity to try to look for something better? Like the idea that at a certain point, if your oppression is bad enough, then you're allowed to go displace another population. I think that's, again, trying to win this on a semantic, trying to win it in like the court of law, but people just don't buy this. It's just not a compelling argument. And one of the reasons why Zionism is so unpopular, aside from just all the human rights abuses that are, pretty clear, it's because Hasbaristas are just very bad at understanding what arguments are going to appeal to the masses. It's been a massive failure. It's and it's something, we're, Jewish culture where we like to like debate and analyze and find loopholes and this and that. That's why we make great attorneys. We've been doing this with the book for so long, Gemara, studying the book, debating, analyzing. We got great at it. It's helped us when we moved in all these different secular industries. But when we try to apply that same way of thinking to something that affects human beings' lives, it just doesn't land. It doesn't land. Oh, well, technically, technically it's not settler colonialism because XYZ. Oh, well, it's not occupation because this. Oh, well, technically it's not apartheid because it's not a different race. It's a different ethnicity, which is, I know that sounds like a ridiculous argument. I've literally heard people say that. That doesn't land. The terms people use to describe Zionism are trying to describe not just Zionism, Zionist actions. It's they're trying to describe a reality with whatever words they have available. Just because you could find a difference as to why that is not the perfect term doesn't change the moral implications of such an action. We need to be dealing with the moral implications of actions. So Michael Oveda is saying all these things happened before the idea of human rights were fleshed out. So now we have to fix all of history based on that. Well, again, it's not fix all of history, but we still have an ongoing conflict. If we were able to achieve a two-state solution, this whole conversation about settler colonialism, like we'd be over it. But our expansionism, our settler colonialism continues, right? Okay, so human rights weren't fleshed out. Today they're fleshed out, right? Today they're fleshed out, and we're ethnically cleansing the West Bank. We're taking more and more land. We're destroying villages. So, okay, the past, we have been stuck on talking about history for quite some time. And I'm not even all too interested in it because I agree, it's the past. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about today's settler colonialism. Let's talk about human rights abuses in Gaza. Over 16,000 children killed. I'm very happy to just focus on the present. I don't think it changes all too much. In the present, we're doing some horrific things when human rights are fleshed out. So I don't care about fixing history. I care about fixing the present. Adar, how do you do against the tide? I feel there are fewer Israelis like you, and the majority are being radicalized, understandably. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely in a very, very small minority of Israelis. I'm considered a radical in Israeli society, which is funny because if you look at me in like the global sphere, I'm pretty much a moderate in the global sense. But in Israel, I'm like a far left radical compared to Israel standards. Ador, how do you reconcile the ideas that Zionism was even looking for other countries to move to? Well, Zionism really it was born out of like some of the most horrific oppression imaginable. Like, if you look at what Jews were facing in Europe in the 1800s, horrific. So Herzl was really an idealist looking to build a better world for his people and was exploring different options, but ultimately decided our ancestral homeland, and it makes sense because we have a connection to this land. I don't know what other motivations, like, is it possible that they thought that it will help them garner more evangelical support? Because, right, Western Christians were some of the biggest supporters of Zionism. At first, most Jews weren't Zionists. They just didn't buy the movement. But these Christians were, because it was like, oh, Jews returning to their Holy Land. So it's possible that was a motivation, but I'm speculating now. But there was an opportunity here. The Ottoman Empire was weakening. It is our ancestral land, and very well may have been also motivated by the fact that Christian Europeans might be more likely to support it. But maybe somebody who has studied more of Herzl's rationale might want to chime in on this. Cameron Starr says, what's the biggest reason why the younger generation in Israel is very right-wing? Yeah, same with the Palestinian population. I think as you lose hope, you just become more extreme. I think that's my take on it. When you don't think there's any peaceful means to resolve your conflict, then you need to continue to live by the sword, right? You need to continue to fight for your existence. So both the younger generation of Israelis and Palestinians have seen failed attempt after failed attempt at peace, and in their minds, peace is unattainable. So that is going to make you adopt more of a militarist mindset. So Michael Abadi says, I agree with you on the settler issue, but a lot of what's happening in Area C might actually be agreed upon. A lot of it is laid out in Oslo too. We can't, Oslo's dead. Part of Oslo was the establishment of a Palestinian state. You can't keep parts of Oslo that you like as a justification to take more land when there's no intention to give Palestinians a state. So I'm not buying that. Note that Adar has never had a show investigating property rights seriously, like all normie socialist thinkers. Hey, don't describe myself as a socialist, but okay. He does not respect property rights and assigns collectivist ownership of lands to ethics. Again, I think that's probably a misinterpretation of my position, but Casimir, I invited you on over a year ago to come do a show with Adam where you guys can explore property rights. The ball is very much in your court. So if you have issue with the fact that there hasn't been a true investigation on this on my show, do it, my guy. You know you're invited on to do that. That's your opinion. Michael says that's your opinion, not the law nor the agreement. No, again, first of all, it's the settlements expansion, even Area C, were ruled by international courts to be illegal. So you can't appeal to law here when there's a consensus amongst lawyers of international law as well as the international courts saying it's illegal. And whether it's moral or not, I mean, again, you have a Palestinian population who used to live on 100% of the land, and they've been slowly moved to smaller and smaller amounts of the land. They're neither sovereign nor equal. We refuse to give them sovereignty, and we refuse to give them equality. That is wrong. That is immoral. So yeah, it's both illegal and immoral. I think Tavern saying, I think they care about present and future, not the past. Well, the past is, I wouldn't agree completely. Like the past is a big part of how they see things, the same way like the Holocaust is still very much part of how Jews see things. Like Jews are people of their past, right? We have all these all these holidays about people trying to kill us and our tragedies, and the Holocaust is still a very big part of our lives. So I think Palestinians care about the past in a similar regard, how like the Nakba is a big part of their past. But I do agree with you that they do care more about the present than they do about the past. Care about the present and the future for sure. For future reference, Adora, calling someone autistic for misunderstanding can be offensive to people who are diagnosed with autistic spectrum disorder. You're right, Yael. I cannot even defend what I did because it is ableist. So I will acknowledge that I was wrong in using autistic as a pejorative. I know a lot of autistic and even have autistic friends, and hell, I may even be a little bit on the spectrum. Who knows? I think I should have said retarded because from what I've understood, we're allowed to say retarded again. but autistic is not okay. So sorry, Yael. Although retarded does mean something different than autistic, so that wouldn't have worked in that connotation. But thanks for calling me out. I do appreciate feedback, and I don't disagree with you. Interesting. So we have different opinions. Lama says it can also be nice. I'm autistic and found it sensitive. You recognize someone might be autistic instead of calling them a derogatory name. Okay, maybe I wasn't wrong. You're autistic as well. Okay, we have a community of autistic people here. That's awesome. I just thought it was to imply we're always misunderstanding when many of us are actually quite smart. Okay. Yeah. It's interesting because autism is like it's almost like too broad of a category, because like some autistic people are savants and have like a very high IQ, but other autistic people have like below 80 IQ, and I think that's like a form of retardation. And I don't mean that as a pejorative. And so I don't know why those would be the same diagnosis. But wouldn't it be fair to say that some autistic people might misinterpret what people mean? Like it's easy for them to take on their own interpretation of things. Grocery Man says international law doesn't exist. I mean, it de facto does exist. I don't even think that's debated. You could say that it's not so enforceable and it's not strong enough, but there is a concept of international law. Cool. Yeah, again, sorry, if I caused offense, it wasn't my intention. So I think I actually agree more so with individual property rights than collective property rights. I think it's probably a better way to go about property rights, but there's no easy application of that to Israel and Palestine, because the people who had been living on the land, put the collective aside, all the farmers that got displaced, I think they had more individual right to that land than whatever Ottoman landowner that never stepped foot on the land. So I'm actually fine with viewing this as an issue of individual rights. But it gets very messy and tricky when there's land that is contested and not by default owned by somebody. So we need to understand how, when there is land that is not claimed, how do you decide who gets it and who do they buy it from? So I don't think applying, in Casimir, we could have you on for a session. I don't think there's a very clear application of individual rights that solves Israel-Palestine and the injustices that occurred. Casimir says that you welcome me calling you autistic and I shouldn't apologize. Okay. Michael Avadia says, I do agree that there should be a Palestinian state, but the leaders rejected a state because some of them wanted the entirety of the land. Some of them, but also the main contention to the offers was not that didn't include all the land. It was that it wasn't a full state. It wouldn't be fully sovereign. They wouldn't have an army. They wouldn't control their borders. So it was like a compromise of a compromise of a compromise, right? It just wasn't seen as a good deal. I think it should have been accepted and then built upon, but that is where a lot of the motivation came from. I also want us to understand, like, we often, sorry that I keep itching my nose. It's, I don't know if I'm having allergies to my cat or something. I feel like I have fur all over my face. I've never had cat allergies, but maybe I just developed it now on this live stream for the first time. Live allergies, that's new. Where were we? Oh yeah, so one of the biggest like false framings when it comes to Israel Palestine, I believe, is this idea that us accepting the partition plan and them rejecting it is us being reasonable and them being extreme, and almost as if it was this even footing, and obviously they should have accepted it. That's such a false framing. Nobody in the history of the world would accept a foreign population coming and then getting granted half the land that they'd been living on, granted by a Western power. That's just rejection is to be expected. So the fact that Palestinians over time have started warming up to two states should be seen as a massive victory. The fact that the PA accepted Israel's right to exist in 1989 is a massive victory. Yeah, Oslo failed, but that too should have been seen as progress, one we should keep building on. It's not this idea, it's like, oh, we tried and failed. No, 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 no. Rejection should be expected. Acceptance requires immense work, and we haven't done that immense work. We've done minimal work. And we've seen progress, but this whole idea that they just should have accepted the partition and accepted every agreement since, I just don't think that's like grappling with reality for what it is. Just the fact that they're warming up, just the fact that the PA is open to two states is a massive, massive progress, one that we should build upon and see it as the win that it is. Casimir says they accepted it with the Hashemites for 70% of the land. No, again, that's one of those like Hasbara talking points. The East Bank and the West Bank were not seen as like some connected area. The East Bank was very small number of people, primarily Bedouins. It was not a settler colonial movement. Also, yes, it's easier for Muslims to accept being ruled by Muslims than being ruled by Jews. I mean, the same way Jews would rather be ruled by Jews than by Muslims. So that's just not, there's nothing compelling there. It's just one of those Hasbara arguments. And again, that wasn't seen as like this. There was no unified Palestine, right? There's no clearly defined borders. But the west of the Jordan River was always more populated, had a lot more villages, a lot more history, for the most part, than east of the Jordan River. And rejection, you say rejection should be expected because Jews are not allowed to own land or weapons. So Casimir, again, had Zionism been an atheist movement or a Christian movement or a Buddhist movement, it would have been rejected all the same. It's not because we're Jews. It's because we came here seemingly as foreigners, taking land that other people were living on, building our own homeland. They would have done it to any other religion. Abed brings up an interesting point. Native Americans own land as a tribe. They still own it that way, not individually. That's true. So there are shades of this between individual and collective ownership. Good point. We all own publicly funded schools and playgrounds. Yep. We don't own each other's houses. Yeah. A society does have a mix between private and public ownership. You could say public ownership is owned by the state, but it's true. We are parts of the state. We are members of the state. We pay taxes, so it's collectively ours. You see, Casimir, again, this is one of those false Hasbara framings. Notice the pattern. Everything is permissible against the unbelievers. As much as we look to blame this on Islam or Arab culture, and you could find many ways in which Islam and Arab culture affect the conflict and influence public opinion, etc. But it's not like Christian Palestinians are Zionists or are accepting of us. They too reject Zionism. The more relevant dynamic is a people who got their land taken from them. It doesn't matter the religion of those who took it. It doesn't matter the religion of those who was taken from them. We've seen this pattern happen thousands and thousands of times throughout history. The response is pretty much always the same: violence. So focusing on Islam is just a distraction, in my opinion. Jonathan Buckenmeyer says, if European Muslims did the same as Israel, would they have minded an accept two-state solution? Well, I guess it depends how they came. If they came and wanted a state that would have been for both of them, I think they would have been fine with that. It would have been a Palestinian state. It would have been a Muslim state. I don't think they would have rejected that. But if for whatever reason these Muslims were different from them culturally and had a different religion from them and didn't plan on including them in the state, then yeah, I imagine they would have rejected it. But the fact that if they were Muslim, there would have been a little bit of a warmer reception. I think that's probably fair to say. So Nas coming with that classic colonialist argument. Gotta love it. I gotta love how like we get, Zionists get offended by being called colonizers and then use this argument. Their land, why? They lost a war, just as always happened throughout history. Expansionism is a result of their fight. The more they lose, the less they should complain, don't you think? No, not at all. That's how you can justify taking anybody's land, because everybody fights when their land is taken. That justifies genociding the Native Americans. It justifies taking all the land from the Aboriginals. Every time a foreign population came and claimed land for their own, it was met with violence. The idea that you then use something to be expected, violence is to be expected, and then using that as a justification to do more of the same theft and oppression is the playbook of the colonizer, very much so, consistently. Why is the focus on Islam a problem but not European culture? I'm not sure I understand the question, Michael. I mean, I don't focus on either. I don't think either is the relevant point. I don't think that the culture is the problem here. I think it's the dynamic. It's what one population did to another, and that population struggling to accept it, understandably so. No, it's also just, another food for thought, because I know you said that comment with confidence, because a lot of the Hasbara arguments were raised with, they're deep rooted, and we never really think about them critically. But when the Romans conquered the ancient Israelites, we fought, we lost, and got displaced. Does that mean it was okay? Was that right that they did that? Did we deserve it that we got displaced and killed for fighting for what was ours? No, it wasn't. And we fought for 2,000 years to return. So Palestinians, don't blame them for not accepting their displacement. Thank you so much for the super chat, Medican, for $7 Canadian. Hi, Dar. I always wonder if when Islamic extremism triggers is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. When it's solved, could we see a more peaceful world? Not sure I understood that one more time. Haidar, I always wonder if one of Islamic extremism triggers is the Israel. Oh, a trigger of Islam. When so, it seems to be a trigger for many Middle Easterners. The existence of the conflict will solving. I mean, I do think solving Israel Palestine would see a more peaceful world. I think it'll give Hezbollah, like Hezbollah's motivation will instantly weaken. Iran's motivation against Israel will instantly weaken. So yeah, I think it's fair to say. Not to mention, peace on this land is already a more peaceful world. Kauseme and Maxima says, you hire a family to work your land. The working family do farming for 200 years. You sell your land to somebody else. The new landlord fires you because he doesn't want your farm anymore. Pretty easy. No, that's not how it happened. How did that person, how did the person who owned the land, who hired the family, how did they get it? That's not how it happened. That land was given to them by Ottoman leaders as a gift. To think that they then have right to that land more than the native population who've been working that land for centuries, no. That's also a colonizer like argument, very much so. Be like, yeah, as long as one rich person told another rich person that that land is theirs, that means it's theirs and they could do whatever they want with it. No, man. You're saying don't ignore the point. The idea you propose is nonsensical in the matter of property. Yeah, I think Tasman, I'm guessing that you never actually researched how those who own the land actually got it. It's not like it wasn't rightfully theirs. They don't have more rights to it than the people who worked it for all those years. My take's not a Maoist take. Your take is a colonialist take, very much so. You just accepted leftist hasbara about Native Americans. You didn't read about the attacks on settlements and the warlike nature of most natives. No. You're wrong, Casimir. That's exactly what I'm saying. I know Native Americans were violent towards colonizers. That happened every single time. There's no native population that accepted their land being taken. So yes, this is going to happen every single time groups of people come and claim land of other groups of people. Every single time violence will ensue. It's happened every single time. So Casimir says the word colonizer is retarded. Again, you could look for a different word. I'm okay with that. I don't care all too much about terminology. I'm trying to describe a reality. Nobody worked the sands and swamps, which is where most Israelis live. Live or lived? I think those are two different things. If you mean live, absolutely not. Lived, I would need to look at the map, but we had thousands upon thousands of Falachim who were displaced. Their land was taken from them. Casimir says you don't get to claim based on your blood the entire continent of America. Okay, I don't contest that, but the colonizers didn't come all peaceful and say, hey guys, we're just gonna settle here real quick, but let's be peaceful. I mean, very early on, we came in and dominated. We enslaved the local population. We spread disease intentionally. No, Casimir, they did not come peaceful. This is, bro, you could read Christopher Columbus's journal. His journal entry contest this. We had, what was the guy's name? The first guy that got to South America, who was it? He said, "Take me to your king, take me to your leader." He took them to the leader, and then they took over the land. It was done violently. I know Columbus got to the Bahamas. I know that. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying the early American colonizers taking all that coastland. Yeah, yeah, and the native population that was living there for thousands of years should just be okay with all these Europeans coming and taking this coastland. Yeah. Okay. Okay, man. Yeah, Cortes. Thank you, Shacha. The Arabs didn't come peacefully in the 7th century. That's true. I agree with that. I don't see. Yeah, sure. North America wasn't empty, my guy. You could say it had a low population density. It definitely wasn't empty. Let's see what the estimated population. I know all the Americas was around 18 million when Europeans arrived, but that was all the Americas. What was the population of North America when the first Europeans arrived? This population 3.5 to 7 million, though some higher estimates go up to 18 million. Oh, that's just for North America. Oh no, present day US 2 to 5 million, Canada 200,000 to 500,000, Mexico 10 to 25 million. Damn, Mexico is fucking popping off back then, huh? So 2 to 5 million. But people often gravitate towards coasts and rivers and stuff like that. The Indians fought and conquered each other, yes. And so real or bust, I think your thing is trying to point to other things people do wrong. Okay, we're not going to disagree, but I'm talking about modern day injustices. And I'm trying to, the reason I bring up the past is to explain how past dynamics consistently, we see that when foreign populations come in mass and claim land for their own, it's met with violence 100% of the time. 100% of the time. Trying to debate this on like on a semantic or on saying, oh, but other people also did violent things, that's just irrelevant. I'm trying to explain why Palestinians didn't accept Zionism and why they still don't accept Zionism. You guys are trying to argue a moral point where I'm trying to give a greater understanding of the dynamic between both sides. This shouldn't be triggering. If anything, this dynamic, understanding this dynamic will help us make peace with our neighbors. We shouldn't get offended by it or get triggered or defensive. It's a dynamic that's existed for all of history, and pretty much every instance we could think of was met with violence. So I would rather us recognize Palestinian violence is to be expected and normal given the conditions, and not see it as, oh, it must be a result of Islam or anti-Semitism. Because when we don't understand our enemies or our neighbors, we're often led to wrong conclusions. And most Israelis, most Zionists do not understand Palestinians, not at all, not even a little. So there's no reason to get defensive. I'm just describing the dynamic for what it is so we can understand how we got here, and hopefully we could find ways to move forward. Real or bust says 2 million Palestinians accept Zionism. Yeah, what's the difference between them and the ones who don't? They're citizens. We gave them equality. So if we want other Palestinians to accept Zionism, maybe we need to make them citizens, but we would never do that. We're scared of demographics. So sure, you're pointing to how we could potentially get all Palestinians to accept us. but we'd never do that. So again, we need to decide. We give them sovereignty or we give them equality. If we give them neither, we'll always have conflict with them. They'll never accept having neither. So we need to decide which we want to give them. Sean asks a very good and challenging question. How do you propose to deal with the realistic reality of two sides driven primarily by religious zealotry, which is by its very nature non-pragmatic? So this is an area where I'm still optimistic and perhaps naive for being so optimistic, but we have seen massive shifts in religious fundamentalism as well, and religious people. So for most of the past 1,000 years, Christians were engaging in more horrific violence than Muslims on average, and their human rights abuses to minorities were also worse. Not as of the past 200 years, but for most of the past 1,000 years. So think about the shift that happened in these Christian societies. The Bible didn't change at all. The Bible still says you could own slaves, right? But what happened? So clearly, culture supersedes religion. And again, you still have many Europeans, many Americans. They still believe in the Bible, but they believe it in a way that fits the culture that they're currently in. Now, when we look at the Middle East, we see all these Muslim countries, but they're vastly different. You know, the culture and the public sentiment in places like Kazakhstan are different from Palestine, or different from Afghanistan and Indonesia, right? Because culture plays a huge role. How do we get to a point where Palestinians were of the most secular in the whole Middle East, and now they've become Islamist? A shift occurred. That's the wrong trajectory, but what I'm trying to demonstrate is there are constant shifts in public opinion and how people interpret their religion. In Saudi Arabia, a few years, women got the right to drive. In UAE, when Trump arrived, you saw women dancing with their hair, this Emirati dance with their hair, which is very offensive to other Muslim cultures. So the reason I think religious zealotry is non-pragmatic often, but we see so many instances of humans who are religious not being purely motivated by their religion and being motivated by other things like their culture, like maybe an opportunity that arises. So we could recognize that religious zealotry might make solving the conflict harder, but we shouldn't see it as impossible. We should recognize that religious zealots can still shift in many different directions, and also accept that you could be a secular zealot, right? Like, you have places that don't have strong religion, often they're dogmatic about other things like political ideology and whatnot. I hope that answers your question, Sean, and maybe gives you a little bit of hope. The leftist has brought on propaganda about Christian empires were far more merciful and atrocities were better. Interesting. Then why is it that Jews were fleeing Europe to Ottoman Palestine even prior to Herzl Zionism? Why? What was that about? Why? What are those merciful Christians? Why were the Jews leaving? So yeah. And you know what? Even if you want to point to instances where you could see places where Christianity, I mean, bro, if you look at like what Catholics and Protestants were doing to each other, and what they've historically done to Jews and Gypsies in Europe, I don't know if you have a case here. And if you're looking what they did in the name of Christianity, first of all, not just the Crusaders, but like in the Americas, colonialism had a religious justification often. I don't think there's an argument here. But even if you want to argue that it wasn't worse, we still saw a massive shift. So what's worse matters less than the shift that occurred. Michael Avati says what happened in the past 200 years was secularism. Exactly. There was some kind of enlightenment, and we started adopting different set of beliefs like humanism, right? hmm So Sean says, I don't see Islamic doctrine changing to accept Zionist rule over Palestine, not anytime soon. Well, how do you make sense of the fact that UAE has accepted Israel, that Saudi Arabia is willing to accept Israel with the two-state solution? Egypt has accepted Israel. Jordan has accepted Israel. Syria is willing to normalize ties with Israel. The majority of the Middle Eastern countries at this point are either are completely normalized or somewhat normalized with Israel. So, I mean, Islamic doctrine, in a sense, has already shifted. Most are neighbors accept that Israel exists. And it is true that the people are less accepting of Israel than the governments, which shows, I guess, the governments are probably more pragmatic than the people. But to think you don't need all the people to agree, clearly, you need the governments to agree. And if we could solve the conflict with the Palestinians and have years of peace, you are going to see public opinion uh, in the Middle East about Israel shift as well. I think that's quite plausible. Not even quite plausible. I think that's an understatement. I think it's almost certain. Casimir says there's also more writing in the West about Christian atrocities because there are leftists here driven to undermine Christian history. This is much less prominent in the Arab world. I could see that more historical accounts could play into our perception for how we perceive the atrocities each side commit, but what you're suggesting is these leftists are here to undermine it, so they're exaggerating the atrocities and lying about them. I'd say that's a pretty bold claim, and I'm going to ask you for evidence of that claim, for that claim. The Office of Secular Quranism. Ann Coulter lived for a while in a town called New Canaan in Connecticut. Interesting. Would you agree that there is more than one kind of Zionism, or that Zionism is an imperial project of the Anglo-American Empire? No, there's different brands of Zionism, different interpretations of it. I would say, like, Zionism, you could look at it as like a form of ideology, like any, like, is there only one type of capitalism? That's not the best comparison, but any ideology you come up, there's going to be different brands of it. Any movement, you like, even Palestinian nationalism has different versions. Casimir says Jewish pogroms are disconnected from my claim. The pogroms in Arab countries were constantly happening and intensified when Jewish population increased. But yeah, Jewish pogroms in Arab countries were significantly less than in Europe. It's not being a Jew in the Middle East was preferable to being a Jew in Europe for most of the past 1,000 years, not almost. How do we as Jews convince our hilltop youth to stop pursuing their messianic vision? Yeah, I mean, Sean, that's a tough one, right? Like, and by the way, I have a lot of cousins. They're not that are hilltop youth, but most of my extended family are settlers, and have pretty, they're pretty extreme, pretty religious, and great people too. Super kind. You never know. You never know that they're Kahanist like by meeting them. You'd think they're some of the kindest, most hospitable people ever. That's kind of the thing. When you get to know somebody uh, as a person, overwhelmingly, I think it's easy for humans to connect and see the good in them. It's very easy. We have this immense capacity for kindness and greatness when it comes to those in our in group, but immense capacity for evil, those in our out group. So as long as you don't talk to settlers about their out group, you'll think they're nice people. But how do we convince them? I'm not sure that's where the work needs to be. I don't know if we need to convince them. I think you find a political solution that will not allow them to, they just won't get their way, and hopefully they don't take up arms and they just accept the reality of whatever political solution is implemented. and hopefully a generation of peace sees a far less radical settler movement. I think that's probably the better way to do it, right? Because extremism breeds when there's conflict. It's there's much less extremism in peaceful times. So if we could find a way to have peaceful times, then that is, like we always say, we hear people say Palestinians need to be re-educated or deprogrammed or reprogrammed, and people say the same about Zionists. Um, Most of the reprogramming, I'm confident, will happen naturally from a solution to the conflict. Once you have peace, you have the reprogramming begins. Will you need shift in the education system? I imagine to some extent you should teach both sides about one another and have a reconciliation process. But peace on its own will create a massive shift in how both sides see each other and our level of extremism. Let's see. Isn't Israel an American colony? Secular Chronism says. No, I don't know if that's the right description. I don't know if that's the right description. There's maybe some ways it functions as such, but no. Michael Avadi says the jihadist president is willing to normalize. Yeah. Al-Shara. You're talking about Al-Shara or Al-Julani from Syria? Yeah, fucking Al-Qaeda jihadist. He's looking for normalization with Israel and the United States. Yeah, if anything should give us hope about people reforming, it should be Al-Shara. And, there's a long history of terrorists becoming statesmen. Many of our prime ministers, or the early Zionists, engaged in terrorism as well, Yeah, I think the PLO became the PA, countless examples. The RIA, became part of the Irish government. So pretty consistently. UAE is not an Islamic theocracy. They prioritize their own state's prosperity over Islamic doctrine. Well, yeah, but they still certainly are an Islamic theocracy, but it's more like a federation. Well, it's an emirate, right? So there's smaller uh, it's a united emirate. So there's smaller emirates, which would be like the equivalent of a state. You have an emir, a different emir that rules each one, and they get to define the law. So depending on which one you're in, they're going to have different laws. But in Dubai, for example, you could buy alcohol. If you drive to the next emirate over, which it's like a 20-minute, 30-minute drive from Dubai, like Dubai city, you can no longer buy alcohol. It's still to a very large degree is theocratic. They definitely, a lot of their laws and policies are rooted in Islam, but they are flexible, right? Exactly. But that's my point. They're flexible for prosperity. So they kind of found an excuse because they needed one or wanted one. That's exactly my point. UAE is a great example for that reason. Sean says Hilltop Youth will always try to provoke. That's their mission. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest challenges, that there's always going to be some segment of the population that rejects a peace agreement. So when we start pursuing some solution, that will come with violence, and often violence derails these peace agreements. So we need to accept, and this is hard, we need our populations to know that peace will come with some amount of violence, and we're going to need to persist, deal with the violence, and move through it, because people will try to derail the process. Realer Bus says, depressing me if you believe them. Believe who? I don't know who you're talking about. It's an interesting sort of racism to call one group farmers and another group settlers, even though that both are homesteading. Well, no, settlers could be farmers. Those are not contradictory, but settler is explaining how they came in the dynamic which that produced. Not racism, understanding dynamics. And maybe this is what, when I described you as autistic, this is what I was trying to describe, that you try to get very technical and often intellectual, but you miss the human element and the dynamic that causes and what that produces. You think somehow the conflict can be solved purely by libertarian philosophy, and it really misses the human element. And I don't mean that in offense. I just think, Casimir, when, like, I have zero critique of your IQ, but there's something on the human element that I think that you're constantly missing. Michael Avati says that the child education should start sooner than later because that's how you build bridges. That's why I like the joint school system in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa. Not sure if they have it elsewhere. Yeah, I agree. Education should come sooner rather than later. And I also think, like, the part of our negotiation with the PA can also be for them to somewhat change the education in Palestinian schools, right? Because Israel doesn't have control over that. Israel can control what's taught in Israeli schools. We have 3 separate school systems, public school systems in Israel: secular Jewish, religious Jewish, and Arab. And I imagine they could all be reformed to be more oriented towards peace with one another. But we don't have control over what the PA teaches, and that is something that I imagine we could negotiate to see some shift in. It's a federation. Sean says it's a federation of monarchies, 7 emirates, each ruled by its own royal family. That system is authoritarian, but it's secular in practice. I don't deny that, but I think this still supports my point that you could have literal Islamists, like religious Muslims, they believe in the Quran, are creating systems of governance that are not purely Islamic, and we see changes in those systems of governance. They weren't always warming up to Israel, so we've seen a shift in that world. So Casimir says Arab homestead expands, everything is fine. No, so Arab conquests would be in a very similar nature. I would actually argue that the Arab conquests were more violent in nature than Zionism, at least until 47, when then Zionism became much more violent. But that doesn't have a greater degree of legitimacy than Zionism. I hold those on similar grounds. The Arabs didn't come peacefully in the 7th century. Yael is saying this is probably true, but I understand there was Arab presence in Palestine before that. Even if they were totally from somewhere else, it wouldn't justify their persecution today. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's true. I think Arabic was already being spoken in parts of the Levant prior to Arab conquests as well. Yeah. So Casimir, this is you again. You're having a complete misinterpretation of what I said. I'm okay with people living on land and expanding their territory as long as it doesn't come at the expense of other people. I think that's a perfectly natural part of life in the world. We've been doing that forever. We just don't tread on me, right? Exactly. Don't tread on me. Well, so coming and taking people's land is a form of treading on, very much so. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, maybe we'll start winding this down. Already going on 2 hours. Maybe we'll do 3 more questions. Anybody want to toss over a super chat? Would be appreciative. Obviously, no pressure. Actually, maybe we'll do like, do you guys want to Let us know. The people here on Discord, do you guys want to turn this into like a chill room session? Let me know in chat, and if you want to, then we could invite those on YouTube over. In a small space like the Levant, it's always on the expense of others. Well, it doesn't need to be. And if you can't expand without it being on the expense of others, then you can't expand. Like, that's, you respect other people's property, right? But there's enough property here to share it. There's enough property here to share. And to the point where I do imagine that there could have been a way more effective form of Zionism that was just a little bit more cooperative with the local Arab populations, right? We very much came with like this arrogance and this patronizing behavior towards the local populations. We didn't treat them with dignity and respect. We displaced a fair bit of them. We refused to hire them. In fact, you had Jews living here that were working with Arabs for many years, and then there was one of the Jewish organizations was actually threatening Jewish landowners if they wouldn't fire their Arab workers and hire Jewish workers, right? So there's like this. It wasn't this like peaceful cooperative movement. It came forcefully. It was arrogant. It said we're building a Jewish land here. Not hard to understand why they rejected it. But if they would have come and said, appealed to the local populations and said, let's build the homeland together. We have resources. We'll bring manpower. We'll bring capital. We have connections in Europe. Let's build a sovereign state together. Again, is it certain that would have worked? No, but I think there's a much higher likelihood that would have been accepted by the local populations. It really should have come with coming and trying to integrate with them and build a shared society. I think that's really the only way Zionism could have happened without any violence, or with minimal violence. They tried appealing early on. I don't know where you're getting this from, Sean. I think you'll find, like, look, as I mentioned earlier, there was different brands of Zionism. So some actually, this was their version of Zionism, but the radicals won, and it wasn't significant enough of Zionism, like that type of Zionism wasn't significant, wasn't pervasive enough, wasn't compelling enough for whatever reason. So yeah. Jonathan Buckenmeyer, was there a plan to displace, though, before 1948? Well, it was spoken about for decades prior that displacement or relocation would be necessary. Displacement meaning by force, relocation voluntary. There were competing ideas, but yeah, this was spoken of decades before 1948. Yeah. And yeah, you could see, like, had Arabs accepted partition, would Israel have displaced the Arabs living in the piece of land that would have been theirs? I don't know. And they wouldn't have much of a pretense to do it, but then it would have been very hard to have a Jewish state because the land that was given to Jews was 40% Arab. So it's interesting how that would have played out. But I think it was expected to not be accepted by them. I think they understood that Arabs would not accept giving land to Jewish immigrants, especially because this was on the back of decades of conflict already. By the time partition was offered, Israelis and Palestinians already hated each other, or Jews and Palestinians already hated each other. Did Arabs accept Jews? I guess it depends who. I don't know who you're talking about. There were the Arab-Jewish relations in Ottoman Palestine were pretty good, not perfect, but pretty damn good. And the earlier Zionist movement, when it was smaller numbers were accepted, For example, my family moved to Ottoman Palestine in 1812, to Tzfat, Safed, and then to Hebron in 1814. My grandfather, 10 generations ago, helped build the Jewish community in Hebron, and it was accepted at the time. It was only in 29 when the massacre occurred, but that was already once, you know, the Zionist movement began and much more Jews started coming and displacement started occurred. That's when the Hebron massacre happened. Michael Avadi says, I agree with some things you say, but I don't really agree with all of it because you don't believe that governments have land rights. I don't know. I First, let me admit that I would say there's many things that I have very strong opinions on, but when it comes to land rights and how they should be constructed, I think that I am probably more flexible and can be convinced. But pay attention, a lot of what I'm saying, and maybe part of it comes down to my tone, but a lot of what I'm saying, people are taking it with like a certain moral implication. They're focusing on me saying whether it's right or wrong, but I'm just trying to explain the dynamic which led to violence and which led to rejection. In terms of how you construct land policy or property rights, I think I can be convinced of different models. I think it's okay for government to have land rights, but should an empire have land rights of land that they conquered by force? Meaning, should the Ottoman Empire own land that a native population was living there for many generations? Who has stronger claims to that land? So it'd be tough to convince me that the Ottoman Empire had more rights to that land than the Levantine Arabs living there. I don't know the difference between talking about chill room and a postic room. So Llama, right now it's just the stage and it's just me and you guys are seeing the stream. But a chill room, anyone who wants can kind of hop in and chat, etc. So down for either. Maybe we'll do like it's already getting late here. Let's check real quick. It's been quiet. Let's actually do. Let's do a little. We've been talking a lot about property rights. I want to talk more about Iran and stuff like that. Yael says, I like your explanation about why it resulted in violence. No one is going to just accept being thrown off their land. Yeah, exactly. And that's really why I'm saying this. I don't care about blame and pointing fingers. It's not my intention. It's really about understanding the dynamics and how we got here. And then you say, though, of course, I wish that violence did not continue now. Amen. I am 100% with you. Michael Avadi says, and the Jews worked within the law and purchased land. Yeah, but again, no one's like the legal argument is just not compelling. People in this instance are seeing a much stronger moral argument because Nazis also worked within the law. Concentration camps were within the law of the time. Law doesn't compel if that law seems unjust. So I don't think that's convincing people. Sean says, do you know why Iran hates us so much if UAE is cool with us? No, I don't. This is definitely not my greatest area of expertise, understanding the Iranian regime and what drives them and the difference between Shia and Sunni Islam. But it'd be interesting to dive deeper into that. But I think it's promising that like Iran and UAE are warming up to each other, right? You literally have Iran warming up to an ally of Israel and the United States. That should give us a lot of hope. And it's why Israel's attack on Iran now, one of the reasons why I think it's a big mistake. I'm still trying to understand this. Is it that they just want to be the opposite of anything Western? I think you're onto something. It does seem like a lot of what Iran does is anti-Western imperialism or colonialism. Like, even if you look at their proxies, we always talk about their proxies. That's like the greatest accusation against them. Their proxies, proxies, proxies. Well, who are their proxies? Right? Their proxies are Hamas, which to a large degree was created by Israel and created as a response to Israeli oppression. Hezbollah, which was created after Israel invaded Lebanon, right? Hezbollah was created as a result of expansionism. It was an anti-expansionist movement, essentially. And the Houthis, which I know a little bit less about, but they are fighting, I guess, Saudi Arabia, which is seen as just like an ally of the U.S., a Western state. So if you look at all their proxies, it's like all their proxies are fighting entities that are very much backed by the West, right? They're not in as much direct conflict with like Muslims, even though they're not allies with Sunni Muslims. There's less direct conflict with Sunni Muslims. They're more so fighting, well, I guess Houthis fighting Saudi Arabia, that is directly fighting Muslims, but it seems to be like that's the pattern. Yeah, but I imagine there's probably more to it than that. We can maybe try to get somebody who, like, an expert on this. Justice, Michael says, justice and morality are cultural, not universal, for sure. Your form of justice and morality is different from Ottoman Empire 1888. Well, yes, but again, I keep talking about the dynamic. That's fine if morality was different. It didn't change the fact that people don't like getting replaced and displaced. That's never changed. That's universal. That's pre-Homo sapien. That like was a Homo erectus construct, you know? We're talking about something that predates humanity. So that's what I'm focusing on. In terms of you saying yes, but it was legal, well, that's an argument you're making to try to convince people today. So you can't ignore today's understanding of morality. So yeah, how we approach Zionism in the 1800s was very much not acceptable to native populations, understandably so. And in the morality we have today, it's also not going to be compelling. Hezbollah fought in Syria. Yeah, that's true. But what was the whole narrative around Syria? The uprising was very much seen as a Western-backed uprising. It was seen as like a CIA thing. So I don't think that's at all disconnected. But maybe we don't even need to think about it in those terms when it comes to Syria. Syria was just Assad is an ally of Iran and an ally of Hezbollah. So that's just protecting your ally at that point, right? Even if you don't have the Western framing on that, it's still, you could see why Hezbollah got involved there. And I think there's a case to be made that Assad would have fallen much earlier if it wasn't for Hezbollah. They were pretty effective, if I recall correctly. They were pretty damn effective in Syria. But Al-Jilani, where'd that guy come from? I actually like him. When I say like him, I'm not talking about like his morality or I don't know what war crimes he's committed. He very well may have beheaded people on his own, but I like how he's approaching politics and how he's turned statesman, and he's being pragmatic. I appreciate the guy's approach to things. And what's funny is back in the day, people were calling me an Assadist, and now here I am praising his replacement. And although people call me a Hamas sympathizer today, this actually pisses me off. It's one of the most disgusting arguments that I face. So there's often propaganda, whether it's anti-Hamas propaganda, anti-Assad propaganda, that is not rooted in truth. It's fabrications. And often especially when it comes to Hamas. There's these lies made about Hamas and about Iran, and these are lies told in order to justify violence that overwhelmingly kills civilians. So me, as somebody who cares about truth and wants to see a less violent world, I push back on these lies. And then instead of acknowledging that they just spread misinformation or challenging me on what I'm saying, they'll then accuse me of being a Hamas sympathizer. And this isn't just me. This is done to many people. So you make a lie, you get called out on your lie, and instead of addressing it, you just accuse the person of being a Hamas sympathizer. That's dirty. It's dirty. It's disgusting. But people who do that are people who don't have strong arguments and who just got caught in a lie. Sean, can you? I could screenshot this, but if you have links and you could send it to me on social media somewhere on Discord. You haven't proved that early Zionists displaced anybody. Bro, this isn't a matter of opinion. This is recorded history. Early Zionists definitely they displaced thousands of farmers as early as the early 1900s. I think 1910 was the first instance or something. Oh, looks like we are getting some rockets. Okay, that's how they do it. They send it first to your phone. So in the next 7 or so minutes, there's going to be an air raid siren. You always want to get hydrated for those air raid sirens, you know? All the Middle East, you're saying all the Middle East was displaced around that time when the UN decided to turn the former around. Yeah, I mean, there's been displacements happening for a very long time. I think sometimes those people got displaced and got integrated into the societies they moved to. Other times, as is the case with Palestinian national aspirations.
We're going to have a siren soon.
I know.
Oh, I didn't know if you think so.
Yeah. But you know, it doesn't matter.
I understand.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
if you need.
Thank you. My mom lives in the apartment next door, and you know how Jewish mothers are, far more neurotic than their sons, almost always. So she came to make sure I know. You say turn off their emergency alert. You can't. It's literally built into the phone. I don't have any app. It's Israel has something with the cell phone companies. No way to turn that off. My phone's on silent right now. They literally can just ping you like that. So, and yeah, it is nerve-wracking. Anywho, so the two most notable examples of people who got displaced and didn't accept their displacement are Palestinians and Jews. We didn't accept it for thousands of years. We still yearn to come back. So, you know, Michael, we'd be in a much better position of telling Palestinians to get over it if we ourselves weren't the ones that never got over it, you know? It's almost hypocritical for us to say get over it. Millennials. Are you saying I can turn it off? It's in the setting. Interesting. Why would you live next door to your mother? That's a good question. Well, this is not my home. I am a digital nomad. I travel the world. This is a family apartment. My grandma, who was moved to a nursing home a few months ago, actually just bought this place, and then she moved in a nursing home. And I got returned to Israel 3 months ago. So lucky me, I have this brand new apartment to live in, which happens to be right across the hallway from my mother. But wouldn't it be a cuter answer that it's like, why would I not live across from my mother? No, the truth is I don't have a permanent location where I live. I move around. So this is where I'm living now until the end of summer before I hit the road again. Decided to ground. And had my grandma still been here, I probably would have just rented an apartment in Tel Aviv. I like the Galilee. It's peaceful, but like, I don't have any friends here. I just have family. I have a lot of friends in Tel Aviv. So I likely would have just gotten a place in Tel Aviv and then come stay with like family on the weekends and stuff. Sean, you're saying I can turn, it's in the settings, really? What settings? Tell me. And poor grandma, you know, she's a Holocaust survivor. She was living in Florida, has dementia. My mom, here we have the sirens. Well, I think maybe I'm gonna bring the stream outside so we could perhaps witness something. Put the stream right over here. Yesterday was much crazier, but so what's interesting is, do you hear the jackals? It seems like the sirens almost always set off the jackals. Listen. It's almost like the jackals find it to be like a call. They don't know what it is. They think it's like a threat or something. So, guys, I'm going to give you all a trigger warning because there's a good chance that you will hear a boom and it might be unexpected. So just keep that in mind. Okay, seems like they were all intercepted. Well, that's good. That's reassuring. Because while I'm here doing commentary, you know, the siren, at least as of late, when Iran's shooting leads to actual people dying. So oh, you hear that? Boom. That sounded like it was probably an interception, not a hit. So sounded like it came from above, meaning it was intercepted. Okay, I think it's probably over. Bring it back inside. This is the view we got. Nice little Galilean view. It's much nicer during the day, but that's a nice little mountain. Anyways, oh, you could still hear some interceptions, it sounds like. Okay, we'll bring this back in. If you want to wonder why my furniture's covered, because I have a cat. See, when I was traveling, doing my digital nomad stuff, I left my cat with my father, and I just brought her back, but it's all brand new furniture, and my cat is just a furniture destroyer. She's pretty old. She's almost 20. But I figured it'd be cool to get to spend some time with her in her last few years of life. But I had to cover all the furniture, which is okay. You want to see her? beach. Beachy. Anyways. Oh, Sean, you have sirens in Jerusalem as well? Okay, well, stay safe. Stay safe, man. Okay. So you're saying I could turn the emergency thing off, swipe gently left on the emergency notification. Oh, but it disappeared already. Do I need to wait for the next one to turn it off? So Michael is asking, hey, Ellie, good to see you here. Michael is asking, why do you say it doesn't matter with regard to sirens and shelter because you're willing to be hit by shrapnel or rocket? Well, I mean, willing is an interesting term. I definitely don't want to die, and shrapnel and rocket is pretty deadly, but it's more so about like a risk assessment. So important national policy to go to shelters, because when you have 8 million people, almost all of which go into shelters, that's going to save lives. But if you're assessing your individual risk, it's pretty negligible. It's a very low chance something happens to you individually. Also, it's connected to where I am. Iran is shooting these towards primarily military bases, which are, a lot of them are cities, but I'm like, I don't know how many kilometers from Haifa. So it's just, I'm not even in the vicinity where they would be shooting them. Yeah, you could have a misfire, happens to just fall on me, but I mean, such a low chance. Like I would say, a lower chance than me being killed in a car crash. So again, I'm not saying this is what others should do, but that's how I look at it personally. So I don't go to shelters. But had I been like in Tel Aviv now, I would, considering what's happened in Tel Aviv, I would probably go in a shelter. So yeah. Okay, let's see if there's any updates. Iranian strikes kill 11 under 200. No, that seems like a misreport. I thought it was 13. Let's see. Sirens sound across northern Israel after ballistic missile barrage launched from Iran. Ukraine says 5 of its nationals killed in Iranian strike on Batyam building. Interesting. So the 5 that were killed in Batyam, that's a city south of Tel Aviv. They were all Ukrainian nationals. Wow. IDF says ballistic missile launched from Iran at Israel. Sirens expected in coming minutes. Yep, we saw that. IDF Chief Zamir, anyone who harms Israeli citizens will pay a heavy price. Right, so this is the thing with these fucking war people. That's the exact logic that they could use with us. We harmed their civilians, and now they're shooting ballistic missiles. And granted, had we not killed any civilians and just hit their nuclear reactor and assassinated some of their leaders, they would still do it. But like, it's just, warring parties like to create the rules of war. I don't know how consistently this is. I see it very clearly when it comes to how Israel does it, but I imagine it's not only Israel. We kind of construct the rules of war that when we do it, it's okay. When they do it, it's not. So when we attack, it's justified or it's retaliation. When they attack, it's aggression. When we kill a civilian, it's collateral damage. When they kill a civilian, that's their intended target. Pretty consistently. Yeah, exactly, Eliash. That's my assessment as well. So it is interesting because the propaganda, the Hasbaristas, their narrative is they're aiming them. They're trying to kill as many civilians as possible, but it seems very clear. Every barrage has been military targets, and they're not so accurate. I would say their plausible deniability is similar to Israel's when they're saying, "Yeah, we're trying to kill militants, but we can't do it without killing civilians." On both our fronts, it's call it a lack of capability, and you could say lack of care for civilians, but they definitely have plausible deniability on this, and based on all the patterns we've seen of the rockets, they are all at cities or areas that do have pretty significant military bases. Ellie is saying the IDF released assessment that only 10% were aimed at civilians, though. That's interesting. So the IDF themselves are acknowledging that it's overwhelmingly towards military bases, but 10% aren't. Interesting. But if you look on Twitter, the Hezbollistas are not. That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. They're saying we only attack military targets, despite the fact that we killed 20 children in our attack. And after 4 adults were killed in the response, they already said, look how much more moral we are than them, because we hit military targets killing 20 children, and they hit civilian targets killing 4 adults. In Hebrew, we say "chaim beseret," living in a movie. They're just not grounded in reality. They're not with us. Let's see. Whoa, I am seeing from Shel Ben Ephraim, Trump has vetoed the assassination of Khamenei. That is a strong indication that he still wants a deal. After all, if you kill the leader, that makes concessions more difficult, since there is need for prevented, and a new leader needs to establish himself by being hardline. Source, Routers. Routers is pretty reputable, right? President Donald Trump vetoed an Israeli... Hold on. That's an annoying pop-up. President Donald Trump vetoed an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. 2 U.S. officials told Reuters on Sunday. Have the Iranians killed an American yet? No. Until they do, we're not even talking about going after the political leadership, said one of the sources. The officials, speaking on conditions of anonymity, said top U.S. officials have been consistent communications. Okay, cool. Well, it's always cool when Trump is the adult in the room, huh? when he's the dove in the room. Hassan saying, are settler colonialists civilians? Don't all people serve in the IOF and kill Palestinians? So the majority of Israelis serve in the IDF. The percentage of IDF soldiers that have killed a Palestinian is probably less than 1%. But a lot of them play support role for, military occupation of the West Bank and what's happening in Gaza. So you could say they're complicit, but you can't, even according to international law, you can't kill supporting roles. Like you can't kill a chef. You can't kill people doing administrative stuff. So look at my tail. My cat has a very rare tail. It's like a curl. It's an interesting genetic defect she's got. And also, do you know that almost all ginger cats are male? She's a female ginger and a curly tail. So she's a fine genetic specimen. And people are surprised that she's anywhere between 18 to 20 because she still has like this cute little kitten energy. But because she's a rare genetic specimen, and she's biting me, I wanted to clone her when she passes. Maybe not so soon, in like a decade or two, when cloning technology becomes more accessible. But I thought, and I was ignorant to cloning technology, I figured I'd just take some of her fur and then I could clone her. But they say I need soft tissue and it needs to be stored at a certain temperature. And there's only like few labs around the world to do it. So it made me very sad that I won't be able to, unless somebody knows a lab here in Israel that can store her DNA, and we'll bring her back in a decade or something. Hassan, oh, you have an orange female too. Cool. Yeah, that's very rare. Yeah, so believe it or not, Yael, she was a stray for supposedly her first 9 years of life. It took over a year and a half for her to get comfortable with me, and now she's comfortable with all humans, but it really did take a long time. So yeah, Hassan, back to your question. Most IDF do not directly harm Palestinians. And most are, it's not so much civilians, but they still have protected status. And also, and the majority are not in combat roles, right? I think combat roles are like, was it 13%? I don't remember the number. Let's see. What percent of the combat roles? It is an interesting debate of, can you kill? Well, no, not like it. Look, if we want to go according to international law, which I think it's a good standard, but a good standard that should be built upon. Even a soldier who's off duty and not in uniform is not a valid target. Now, Hamas views pretty much all adult Israelis as valid targets because they overwhelmingly serve in the IDF. But that's Hamas's approach to it, not international law's approach. And Israel also has, in Gaza, we're just killing people with, on sometimes seemingly weak intel, in their homes with their families. So Israel also has a criteria for what a viable target is that seems to very much not be in accordance with international law. Another interesting one is, killing the scientist, the nuclear scientist, in his home with his family. I mean, that's a civilian position. That's not a military position. So Israel killing of the nuclear scientist with his family. Could you imagine if Iran targeted an Israeli scientist, and maybe this scientist was working on technology that could one day be used for weaponry, and the IDF assassinated him in his home and killed him and his family? People wouldn't be saying that's a legitimate attack. That would be, we would call that terrorism, But yeah, but so there's a clear double standard. Ellie says, I don't think it's because of their role in the IDF, it's their role in the Zionist project. Yeah, you might be right. I'm trying to think. Imagine if we had a situation where you didn't have compulsory service and 80% of Israeli adults didn't serve in the IDF. Would they still view them as valid targets to the same degree? Maybe. I'm not sure. It's hard to know. I do know that often that's their justification, or maybe not their direct justification, but people who support Hamas and the attacks they do, often that's what they say. But you might be right that it wouldn't make all too much of a difference. Okay, I think we will start to wrap this up. Maybe we could do one more question. Oh, I'm seeing Discord about you guys saying go to shelter. Sorry, guys, it's less my style, but it's also connected to my location, Simfo de Prague saying reservists aren't valid military targets. Exactly, reservists aren't, and I'm pretty sure it's also people off uniform. I think it's taken that far. Now, if you're not wearing a uniform and engaged in hostilities, then you're clearly a valid military target. But if you're off duty or at home with your family, then you're not. Oh, you're saying off duty are valid. Is that right? Off duty combatant, maybe off duty combatant roles are. But you need to think, a lot of what Israel did in Gaza was, and this was, at least according to one whistleblower report, was called the Where's Daddy protocol, which would literally kill Hamas members in their homes with their entire families and sometimes the entire building. That's also a standard that the Western world would not accept had it been done to Israel. If Hamas blew up the home of an IDF soldier with his whole family, very clearly that would be described as terrorism. But Israel doing it, again, I'm not saying it's widely accepted. There's immense critique of Israel and what they're doing, but in terms of how media often reports on it, and it's definitely not described as terrorism by the Western media. Sympho says I'm conflating proportionality assessment with target selection. No, I don't think so. I don't think that. I know the difference between those two. So Nomto's saying off-duty soldiers are not valid. Okay, we seem to have some debate here. Should we ask some LLM? Damn, I think I'm like building up an allergy to my cat. I've never gotten an itchy nose before. Peach, you're fucking me up. Are off-duty soldiers valid military targets? The status of off-duty soldiers as valid military targets depends on context and the framework you use: international law, ethics of warfare, or practical military strategy. Here's a breakdown under international humanitarian law. General rule of combatants are valid military targets unless they are hors de combat, out of the fight due to surrender, capture, or incapitation. Okay, so if they're injured or captured, you can't just execute them. This includes off-duty. This includes off-duty soldiers because they remain part. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, off-duty soldiers are valid targets because they remain part of the armed forces and can be recalled at any time. Damn, guys, you guys got to see me produce an allergy live on stream. Never had this happen to me before. Hold on, where'd that go? Cool. When off-duty soldiers are not valid, if they're in are valid targets when they're in military facilities, barracks, or transit for military duty. Even if they're at home, international humanitarian law does not automatically protect them from targeting, though it strongly emphasizes minimizing civilian harm. Okay, so it says technically can at home, but emphasizes minimizing civilian harm, right? So if you have one low-level combatant in home with their family, that's a proportionality assessment that is, I think we should all see as unacceptable. If you have like an Osama bin Laden level target, okay, but even then, like the U.S. literally risked, they risked their own soldiers to shoot bin Laden rather than just flatten the home he was in. So like even bin Laden, the U.S. Took a riskier route than just flattening the entire home. Israel is extremely risk averse, right? We're trying to defeat Hamas with losing very few soldiers. And again, I mean, all militaries don't want to lose their own, but the more risk averse you become, generally that's at the expense of greater civilian harm. So it's more like heavy firepower, not taking chances, not taking risks. So while all militaries care about protecting their own, I think how Israel's operating in Gaza is more risk averse than I think most other contemporary examples we could think of. And that's also coming with different levels of proportionality that we've seen in recent history, and that's why also the civilian to combatant ratio is a fair bit higher than what we've seen in other such conflicts, and a higher rate of children dying than what we've seen in other conflicts, even urban warfare. So very risk averse, and reduction of protections for civilians to levels that are not comparable, not in Russia, Ukraine, not in Syria, not in the war in Iraq. And this is supported by whistleblower reports. It's supported by reports from people on the ground, and it's corroborated also by just the raw data, the numbers of those killed. You don't consider the colonial context. International law is not for decolonialism. No, Hassan. Even if this is an anti-colonialist movement, there's protections for civilians, and also the fact that at least Israel proper is a de facto sovereign state at this point. That probably changes interpretation of international law when civilians are targeted. But even from what I understood, even if you're going to attack civilians in the West Bank, that's also not that's not legal. Is attacking Jewish civilians in the West Bank legal? So now you could say, Hassan, well, then you don't like international law. That's fine, neither does Israel. But that's not a game we should want to play. We should try to build institutions that can enforce international law. It'll protect both these resistant groups, and it'll protect the people of both sides, essentially. And it'll make it harder. You can't do anything you want in the name of resistance, and you can't do anything you want in the name of self-defense. Too bad. It's the 21st century. We're recognizing that murder is wrong, more now than ever before. Or you would hope more now than ever before. I think we've regressed a little bit, but that would be a hope. So the question, no, attacking any civilians, including Jewish civilians in the West Bank, is illegal under international law. Yeah, that's attacking civilians is always illegal, always. That's what you could find a counter, but okay, we're gonna. Sinful, you want to come on? I'll bring you on, but you will be live on YouTube as well. So just know that you're cool. Sinful, you're on.
Hey.
What's up?
I just want to make some clarifications on the legality issue.
Sure.
So the purpose of IHL is to specifically minimize non-combatant deaths. That means that it doesn't matter what the context is. If it's an occupation under IHL, if you are resisting that occupation, what you should do is you should militarily take over that territory by fighting off the occupying army, and then you can move out all the civilians in whatever non-military process you want. But you're not fighting the civilians in any IHL context.
Yep, exactly.
As for specifically, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you are a member of a military, it doesn't matter what your position is. You are a valid target. You can also be out of uniform. You could be like on a day off. You can be at your doctor's. You're still serving a continuous combat function. You are a member of the military hierarchy of an armed force. That makes you a valid target. Importantly, that's the reason that reservists are not valid targets, because a reservist is not a member of the hierarchy. He's specifically moved into civilian life and completely is completely identified as a civilian. Yeah. When a reservist gets activated, they can become a member of the military again, which makes them a valid target. But a reservist legally is not a valid target. It is indistinguishable from a civilian. It's the same thing.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that clarification. Though, according to at least ChatGPT, and I know ChatGPT sometimes does hallucinate, says generally no military chefs. I just asked about chefs as an example because that's like a very non-harmful position. They say normally they're not valid targets under international law unless they're directly participating.
Generally, under international law, whenever you conduct any strike, it needs to have some sort of military advantage. If there isn't a justifiable military advantage, then the attack is probably not going to be justified. If you're just, like raiding an airbase and just killing 3 chefs for no reason, there's no military justification for that. That doesn't grant you anything.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's very difficult to justify the military value of that attack. But that's not the case for just generally if you're attacking an army. you don't really go into what any soldier does when you're raiding a base, right? It doesn't matter what they do, you're going to fight all of them. And that's kind of the underlying logic. IHL is specifically written in a way that allows war to occur, right? You can't you can't write yourself into a legal knot that makes fighting a war not possible.
Well, especially because it
would abide by IHL.
Exactly, because international law is so hard to enforce, they make it mild enough that people are willingly going to agree to it.
The point of IHL is that it really is stripped down to the bare bones of whether or not something is justified and to what extent do you view it as justifiable. It's also part of the reason that the determination of whether something is justifiable, like before you were talking about proportionality assessments, and proportionality assessments by IHL are conducted by the attacking armed force. Why is that? Why do they get to decide? Because nobody else is going to, right? No army is going to subject their targeting to a third party for clearance. That's one. They're not going to share intelligence to a degree that would even allow such a thing to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, they wouldn't wait or even be able to afford to wait. In many cases, when a strike is needed, it's not needed within 6 to 8 weeks. It's needed, now. So like the bureaucracy for this kind of decision making cannot exist anywhere other than within the judgment of the attacking army, and war to still be possible. Which is why IHL says that the proportionality assessment is done by the attacker.
Right, but now the courts are able to determine if they could determine that a proportionality assessment is not acceptable after the fact.
Yeah, a proportionality assessment can be unreasonable. Yeah, it can.
Exactly.
You can make a proportionality assessment, and then after the fact, that decision will be adjudicated as a war crime.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. If not, it's meaningless. Because like Israel can say, you know what, based on our proportionality assessment, 2 tactical nukes, that should deal with Hamas the best way possible. Why send in ground troops? There's a wide degree of
sure. But that's if you're the point is that judgment is based on the intel that you have at the time, the intel that you don't have at the time, and your military needs at that time, and the severity of those needs. Yeah, how important are they to achieving your war aim on a tactical level? Yeah, say you have a building. That building is overlooking a strategic point in the middle of a downtown, and now there's a question of, do we bring down that building or not? The proportionality assessment, a part of that is how much of a strategic tactical hindrance is me not doing this action. And that's something that is very, very difficult it's not very difficult, it's impossible to adjudicate without the attacking army giving you the intel and the information and the layout of troops and what's been happening at the same time. All that information is relevant to making a proportionality assessment. And if you don't have that, if you're just making assessments based off what is externally visible to you as a non-participant, you're not going to be able to adjudicate this in any meaningful way.
Thank you for that breakdown. Have you studied international law?
No, this is a layman preaching at you.
Okay, cool. But it sounds like you've looked into it a fair bit.
I didn't have a lot of familiarity with it. I didn't have nearly any familiarity before the war started, but I think that the argument that Israel thinks that Israel doesn't that Israel flaunts international law, I think that's like maybe some people are saying that, but that's not my argument. My argument is that Israel does abide by international law, and its And international law, it allows for things that you might be uncomfortable with, but it is the case that in order to allow for a war to occur, these things must be allowed. And that includes proportionality assessments that you might not be comfortable with.
So
and that's fully granting that if we look at specific specific cases, they could very easily be adjudicated to have been war crimes. I'm not saying that Israel has not committed war crimes because of this. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of things that you might as an uninformed observer just automatically say like this can't be anything other than a war crime, and that's not the case.
Right, but I would say that's where we disagree, because I think there's some pretty clear-cut cases of war crimes. Some of many of them done by individual soldiers, but with no accountability. How that's which the IC
lack of accountability. Lack of accountability is a problem. It's a separate issue to the assessment of whether something is or isn't a crime.
Well, no. If a soldier commits a war crime and Israel doesn't do anything about it, then the ICC can step in and do something about it. That's one of the reasons.
Yeah, but we're having a different conversation. We're having a more fundamental conversation of how do we even determine what a war crime is, right? So, for instance, before you were making the comparison of how many died in Iran and how many died in Israel, and you're saying, oh, Israel killed more. Killed more Iranians in the targeted strike, quote unquote, than died in Israel. Why are they clutching their pearls? Mm-hmm. So the question is that would be one that you would have, I don't have the data to make this statement definitively, but the issue in question is, can it be demonstrated that that some of the missiles that were fired were aimed at targets that were civilian?
I don't think that can,
to attack civilians.
So I don't think
the way that you could go about demonstrating that is, you would, well, first of all, you could have chatter, you could pick up some intel or something like that, but that's something that you would obviously have to produce. Another way that you could determine that is, these missiles have a specific error. They have a specific error range that is that is a known quantity. If something is far outside of the missile's range, if there are no military targets within that margin of error from where the missile landed, then it makes it much less likely that it was targeting a military target. Of course, there are errors and some missiles malfunction, or there's a fuel injection error, or whatever else can happen. But if there is targeting, then the statistics of the attack should bear that out. You should be able to demonstrate it with some sort of statistical analysis. I'm not saying that is the case.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
So it might just be that Iranian missiles are just much less accurate, and they didn't have the luxury of doing pinpoint strikes from a local source. They had to go all the way from Iran. So there's a lot of ways that can be less accurate. But it's possible that is the case in a way that the comparison of numbers doesn't bear out. It's not relevant to the question of where civilians targeted, and the conflation of those two things is a fundamental misunderstanding of international law.
Correct, but that's not quite my argument, because almost always when I'm talking about things that I think both sides are doing wrong, I'm not making a legal argument, I'm making a moral argument. So when I say that we're sitting there and saying we only target military targets and they only target civilians, but yet we decided to assassinate a scientist in his home with his whole family, and we killed 20 children by attacking a residential building, to then sit there thinking we have some kind of moral high ground. I just don't buy that. So I'm not making a legal argument there, but I do think Israel violates international law all the time, and I think the attack on Iran was also a violation of international law.
The attack on scientists, or attacking the head of the IRGC, is a violation?
Well, I think the attack on scientists, yes, and I think the proportionality assessment, 20 children for whatever high-ranking commander we killed that's a pretty serious proportionality decision.
I think
To
for
the point where if that was done to us, we would be screaming bloody murder. Like there's no way we would see that as an acceptable or normal thing.
Do you think BBism is a valid military target?
Is the according to international law, is he a valid military target?
Well, no, because you said you're kind of judging this morally.
Yeah, judging it morally. Oh, no. So morally speaking, yeah, I think that it's okay if Iran has a capacity to assassinate Bibi, I think they can try to do that. Yeah.
So you think if a state can decapitate an enemy state, collapse its government by removing its leader, but it'll cost 20 people, then international law means that it can't do that?
Well, no, but hold on, but
I think you have a very restrictive understanding.
No, Simfo, though, but that's not what I'm saying. If killing 20 children would have toppled the Iranian regime, that's very different. I think killing one high-level commander is negligible in toppling the regime. It's negligible.
Removing the head of the IRGC is not negligible.
No, because leadership gets replaced very quickly. We've been killing leader. Look,
there's no downside in the long term for leadership getting changed. There's no military advantage.
Destabilizing
the chain of command.
Tell me this: what threat does he pose to Israelis that his replacement wouldn't pose? That is worth killing 20 children. Like that's
okay.
to me that's seeing.
Maybe what I'm saying now is going to come off extremely callous, but I think your understanding of a proportionality assessment is very naive. I think it's like calibrated to a policing action, like trying to come up with a scenario in which like a SWAT team would let 20 children die in order to achieve any goal is like beyond grasp. But in a war against the leader of your enemy's army, I think your question is it's very emotively, like it's very charged emotively, but like I don't think that what you're describing is something that is out of bounds for a war. I think if
but Simfo,
record of wars, and you had if any army that had the opportunity to remove the leader of an enemy's army, and that would cost that number of civilians, that would always be taken.
That's not true. We didn't do that with Bin Laden. Like the US didn't do that with Bin Laden.
Does Israel have territorial control in Iran like the US had in Afghanistan? Can they move in a squad of like 20 soldiers and raid an apartment and capture the head of the IRGC?
No, but what
it would require. No, they can't.
But wait,
it's not an option that they have.
No. But still, you're saying everybody would have done that. But the U.S. they took risks upon their own soldiers just to protect civilians that are connected to essentially the head of the snake, the person who committed a mass atrocity on American soil. But Simfo, wait, Simfo, I just want to.
It had territorial control in a way that an army that is.
I want to make a more important point.
Okay.
You're describing how war is fought today. I am challenging that notion. I think war is murderous. I think it's immoral.
I am right. Wait, you're saying what?
I think war is immoral and it's murderous, and we generally believe that humans deserve an inalienable right to life. There's a consensus amongst most people, I would say, that humans deserve to live, to the point where even we have vibrant debate over if it's okay to kill a criminal. But yet when it comes to war, we have a category called collateral damage, which if you think about what it is, it's human beings that lost their right to life. I don't think that should be taken lightly. I think we need to continue to evolve as a species and start to really understand collateral damage is not just whatever. No, these are humans that got the right to life taken. So you're saying, yeah, well, I think that's not how countries are going to respond. Yeah, but my goal here is not just to talk about what countries are doing and justify it. I'm trying to change that and change the way we think about violence.
I understand. Okay, I understand what you're saying. So do you think that the international humanitarian law is not good because it allows for collateral damage?
So I think that there's going to be some amount of collateral damage always, but I think the amount it allows for is way too high. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How would you have that policed? Like, what changes would you like there to be in the law to reflect the morality that you're aspiring to?
Well, right now there's a proportionality assessment, which a court can determine whether that is legitimate or not. So the court's assessment of proportionality should be much stricter, to the point where killing 20 children to kill one high-level commander, that high-level commander is not posing, like, he on his own, if you keep him alive, he's likely not going to kill 20 of your own children. He's likely not going to kill any of your civilians on his own. So you're spilling a whole lot of children's blood for a negligible difference in the war. So that, to me, should be very clear cut, that it's just not an acceptable thing to do. And
I think you have a naive and a strategically uninformed way of defining.
That's fine. Naive. Look, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I just want to push back on the naive point. All throughout history, there's been people who've been trying to push morality along and change things. They're always called naive. So that's just what's said for people who don't accept the status quo for what it is. So yeah, I don't think you could spill the blood of 20 children just to kill one person. And I think in the hopefully near future, we would look back on this as complete barbarism. We're making progress as a species, and things that we just thought was okay a few decades ago, we understand today isn't okay. Very soon, we're going to understand that the mass killing of civilians is just not acceptable. Can I take you back to the
original question, because you gave me kind of a results-based analysis answer.
Yeah.
What is the way that the law should be changed? International humanitarian law should be changed in order to reflect your morality better.
Well, again, right now, the way the law works, there's a highly subjective interpretation of proportionality. How do the courts currently determine if it's okay? What does the law currently say about proportionality that allows them to determine if it's okay or not?
What the law says is that the harm must, that the military benefit of the attack must outweigh the civilian harm.
And correct, but wait, but how?
The way that an adjudicator would reach the conclusion of whether something rises to that standard or not is by looking at case law and by looking at military history, by comparing to the field. Yeah, whether something is reasonable depends on what people do. Whether a military action is reasonable depends on how other military actions have been conducted and what was decided in other situations. And that's exactly the issue, is that in order to make these comparisons are very detail intensive. You need to know what intel existed and what intel didn't exist, and what material and what military hardware existed in the area and what didn't, and what was the time restriction and what was the
Simfo, what historical example do we have of killing 20 children to kill one high-level commander that was considered okay? Like, you don't.
But I don't know IHL jurisprudence enough to answer that question. But why do you think that it must be the case that there isn't? Like, why aren't you more neutrally curious about this? Because war is an awful thing. War did not start being a bad thing in 2023, right? War has always been terrible, and it's always been terrible specifically to civilians. That's why IHL was written in the first place, in order to mitigate the harm to civilians, which was happening all the time. So why do you think that this is like? Why is your initial approach into this question the assumption that this must be an outlier?
Because I've looked at levels of proportionality. I haven't looked at every single instance, but there's very rarely that many children killed for one assassination. Like, generally when you have examples that have such levels of proportionality, these are outlier cases that you hear about. So when I looked into Syria and I saw how Assad functioned, he functioned with a higher level of proportionality, higher meaning like a higher degree of care for civilians than Netanyahu is doing in Gaza by far.
That makes sense in some cases, probably.
But then when I looked how the United States engaged in Iraq, and there were no shortage of war crimes there either. That's also
But what are you talking about? How did you reach the conclusion that he did that? Did you look at like ICJ analysis reports of specific actions and what they say about whether a specific action complies with IHL under some standard?
No. I look.
No, right. It's just looking at kind of like raw data and making an IHL analysis based off that. What I'm saying is that as a layman, that's incredibly tricky because you don't have any of the information that's relevant to make those assessments.
Yeah, but again, you're trying to have a legal argument. What I'm trying to say is I think morality, the law needs to match morality, right? So when I look at proportionality in Syria, okay, Assad, the number of civilians he killed relative to combatants is significantly lower than in Gaza, and he, for a time at least, achieved his mission. So proportionate, right? How many civilians did he kill per militant per goal he achieved?
Wait. I'm sorry. Can you start? How many civilians who killed to achieve?
Assad.
Assad. Okay.
Assad.
Okay.
The civilian to combatant ratio in Syria was around 1 to 1, a little more. It was like 1.2, 1.3 civilians to each combatant. Okay.
So wait, that already is way too broad for analysis, right? Because when you decide whether something is legal or not, you don't look at the civilian.
No. But Simfo,
right?
You keep going back. You keep going back to how you think law should be interpreted. I'm going back to how I think it should be interpreted. So
you think it should be interpreted based on the sum total of ratio for an entire war? You think that's the moral way to go about figuring out how good somebody behaves?
I think if you could look it's probably helpful to also look at it on an attack by attack basis, sure, but for people trying to make assessments, you could look at the totality. Yeah, the totality tells you a whole lot. It tells you how a military generally operated. So yeah, totality gives you a lot of information. So Assad was facing, you could call it an existential threat. The collapse of the Assad regime, that's existential to him.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about that, like the civil war, like since it started, or are we talking about specifically like the recent events?
So let's talk from from when it started. Was it 2011? No, whatever. From the day it started, let's say until 2018, because then it was seen to be a victory. Okay, let's just take that time frame because it paints a certain
2014 to 2018, something like that.
Yeah, let's just say, if you look at what he achieved relative to the civilian population he killed, he succeeded. He won the war, and killed a fair bit of civilians, but relative to combatants, very low. Relative to the total population size, also very low. If you compare that to Gaza,
how many? Wait. I don't really have numbers on this.
Okay,
how many civilians
it's something like 300 or 400,000, and you have similar number of combatants. But let's even talk about children, because I think children paints a good picture when you look at Syria relative to Gaza, right? So Assad was able to stabilize the country and push out rebel forces with an estimated 25,000 children were killed. In Gaza, in a far shorter amount of time, 16,000 children have already been killed. If you account for population size and duration, children in Gaza are being killed at a rate of 40 times higher than in Syria. Yet in Gaza, Hamas still controls 50% of Gaza. They have similar numbers to pre-October 7th. So proportionality in Gaza clearly is worlds apart from something like Syria. And I would even say in Syria, I think people want to call Assad a war criminal. I'm okay with that. But like Gaza isn't even in that range because we're not close to defeating Hamas. We've killed over 3% of the civilian population, and at least 1 in 60 children have already been killed. Like to think that that is like normal or okay.
Wait,
Clearly it's not.
Are you making any accounting for the battlefield?
Yeah, I mean, Gaza has very challenging fighting conditions, but again, 40x. It's not a 40x harder battlefield. Even if you want to take it on a city by city basis, you want to look at Aleppo, which many agree was a humanitarian crisis. Aleppo wasn't nearly as deadly for children and civilians as Gaza, worlds apart. So to get that in totality, if you look at it on a case-by-case basis, you're going to see many instances of just very extreme proportionality in order to get to that by looking at it as a whole. Now, in addition to that, we have whistleblower reports telling us that they were getting permission to do airstrikes that would kill up to 20 civilians for one low-level combatant and triple-digit for high-ranking combatants. Like these are unheard of levels of proportionality. Russia's not doing that in Ukraine. Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to where you and I are in agreement is that I think we both agree that we should have humanitarian law, and I think we both agree that it's hard to determine and define. But my goal, right, when I come do these live streams and do commentary, it's not for no reason. It's not just because I like to hear myself speak. I actually want to change things and change the way people look at things. And I think part of making progress as a species is increasing the level of care we have for civilian life. So, and this is increasingly important as our weapons get more powerful. I don't want life to be cheap. I don't want us to just be able to spill blood because maybe that might help us achieve our goal in the future. Like I want us to really value every life like it's an individual who has that as an inalienable right. And if we're going to strip away somebody's inalienable right to life, that shouldn't be taken lightly. And we should only do that as a last resort. And I know
my issue is it doesn't translate.
Wait, just one last thing. And I recognize very, very much that the way I'm speaking right now sounds naive and unrealistic, but I think having this conversation is essential to shifting things in that direction. And I'm almost certain in the future, I hope, if not, I think humanity's at risk. If we don't increase our care for civilian life and start seeing violence as an absolute last resort, then I think that we are we're facing we increase the chance of an existential threat. And I hope that we move in that direction.
Okay. I started this saying that I very much agree with the spirit of IHL. The reason that I'm making legalistic arguments is that I do think that IHL, as is written, flows from a moral perspective, and the issue is that IHL looks like what you're saying, but filtered through a geopolitical reality where armies still have to conduct war. It comes from the same moral principle, but it's tempered by the fact that it has to be functional. And that's something that I think it's worth not losing sight of that aspect to try to understand why IHL functions in the way that it does and see how it's actually adjudicated. Not by just numbers that you can open an article and see numbers, but actually look at ICJ case law and military analysis. And I'm not saying that I have that I've done that, because I really haven't to an extent that would allow me to defend it. What I'm saying is that it is important, and the reason it is that way is because of the same fundamental moral principles that you're espousing.
Okay, yeah, I'm on board with that. I just think that we need to continue to build on it and continuously increase our care for civilians as we make progress. Would you yourself say currently international law is perfect in its both interpretation and implementation?
The chances that it is perfect is minuscule, but more importantly, more substantively, I don't think I would be able to offer a specific practical suggestion. Maybe you have one, but I don't believe that I can just pull one.
Well, again, it's hard because there's such a high level of subjectivity when it comes to proportionality. So it's very hard to say what line would I write into the law in order to change this. So it's more about making a moral case about, call it, grotesque levels of proportionality, right? So that's really all I could do here as like an activist. If I was an international lawyer, maybe I'd be able to see this differently and see, is there a line you could put in? But it's really there's subjectivity here.
My point is, like, I'm sure that we can, like, I'm sure that there are things that we can haggle over and like agree that something could be improved on when we're talking about the like legal verbiage of how something is defined or how something is judged, but I can't really pull anything like that.
Yeah, no, fair. Well, I appreciate you coming on. You're welcome to stay on. I'm gonna address some comments, but if you want, you could stick around and share thoughts.
No, that was great. Thanks for the comment.
Awesome. No, thanks, Simfa. I appreciated your input. So, real or bust? You've been watching this channel for a while, but I guess based on your comment, you've taken a little bit of a break. So first of all, it is good to see you back, but you're saying things that I've just been constantly debunking for like 2 years now, okay? And I know the consistent viewers are already bored of this conversation, but we'll do it one more time. Probably not for the last time, honestly. My numbers are not just Hamas numbers. No. There's the Gaza Media Office, the GMO, and there's the Gaza Ministry of Health. The GMO, you could take whatever they say and throw it out the window. It's irrelevant. The Ministry of Health, every few months, releases raw data of those killed, their names and ID numbers. These names and ID numbers exist in the Palestinian population registry, which Israel has access to. We could see that these are legitimate names and ID numbers. Israel themselves do not deny the legitimacy of this list. In fact, a whistleblower report told us that they rely on this list. Now, people like to say, okay, but how do you know they're actually dead? Technically, we don't. But then what you're suggesting is that there's thousands and thousands of people living in Gaza that are currently on a publicly available list for the world to scrutinize and see. And what you have, put aside Israel and their intelligence capabilities and their ability to pretty quickly see if there's fraud on the list. This is an open source list. Anybody could look at it. You have think tanks, journalists, activists, all scrutinizing this list. And every few months you get an article or a report that is complete crap. They've never found any fraud. They find small updates in the data, which is testament to the Ministry of Health updating their data when they find small amounts of error in it, right? You have 54,000 lines of data. You're going to have some margin of error. When they identify errors, they actually change it. And then people take these changes like, oh, you see, look, they changed it. That means there's fraud. But no, you have this data. Anyone can scrutinize it. Nobody has found massive fraud. It also shouldn't be hard to believe those numbers when we look at the destruction of Gaza, when you understand how densely populated it is, and when there haven't been proper evacuations. So no, this isn't just trusting Hamas numbers. This is trusting data that is A, historically reliable, B, is verifiable, C, is under immense public scrutiny, and no one's found fraud. So I would say the burden of proof is on you to say that these numbers are bullshit. That's one. Two, you say it's the first genocide in history where the population being genocided has increased. That's also not true. Now, I understand that there's misconception for how genocide is defined, and there's a lot of debate, because that too has a lot of subjectivity to it. It's killing, the exact line, there's many criteria, but one of them is killing a group in whole or in part. In part, what does that mean? One person is in part. So the way human rights organizations determine that is a significant part, a part to change the society. Now, many Jews, understandably, when they think genocide, they think the Holocaust. They think an intentional attempt to exterminate the entire population. That's our frame of reference for genocide. But if you look at how it's defined, both by scholars and legally, that's not the definition. So you don't need a reduction in population for it to be a genocide. And the evidence that you have that the population in Gaza has increased is also bullshit. I know exactly where that came from because I debunked this when it came out. The CIA World Factbook puts out a projection for population growth. So people took their 2021 projection for population growth in Gaza, took that chart and said, you see, the population grew from 2023 to 2024. It's sloppy work, it's dishonest, and it has no basis in reality. Now, it's possible that the population in Gaza grew, but you don't know that to be the case. The reason you're saying that is because you saw that same claim that uses CIA World Factbook data. There's nothing there. Emperor Ghidorah says, has the Ministry of Health put out data on the number of natural deaths? No, they have not. Now, there is a question of, I see a lot of questions coming in on Discord. I will get to that in a moment. There's a question of, are natural deaths being added? So you're going to have around 17,000 natural deaths in Gaza every year. That's around what you have for a population of 2.2 million. Overwhelmingly, natural deaths are very old and very young, right? Like 0 to 1 year olds have some amount of natural deaths, and like 60 plus natural deaths. So if all the natural deaths were added, you're going to see very unusual spikes in the casualty data amongst very young and very old. What the Ministry of Health could do is cleverly sneak in some amount in a distribution that wouldn't create any spikes. They can do that. We don't have any evidence of doing that, but technically they can inflate the number by a few thousand by doing that. Now, interestingly, a few months ago, there was a report saying Ministry of Health quietly removes casualty data. You know what that was? So their system of reporting, they collect data 3 ways. Now only 2. At the beginning it was 3. So there's the morgue reporting. That's a dead person gets to a body, they see it's a violent death, they add them to the list. Second is a family reports on dead, and the reason they added family reporting was because a lot of people weren't being brought to hospitals because the hospitals were overflowed, and why bring a dead person to a hospital? They might just bury them in their backyard. So they allowed for family reporting. And then they also had some small amount based on media reports that they no longer rely on. But when they accepted the family reporting, they explicitly said, we are accepting these reports, but they will undergo a review. So what happened was they underwent a review of all the family reports and determined that I think the number was 2,000 to 3,000 they couldn't determine that they were killed by natural death, violent deaths, and they thought maybe some were killed from natural deaths. Now, essentially interestingly though, so they removed these names, but Matthew Conkrell, who also does similar analyses, whose history speaks on Twitter, he's putting out an analysis. He actually looked at all the names removed, and through open source research was actually able to determine that some of the names removed, in fact, were killed from violent deaths. But it's interesting because, so we did see that perhaps some amount of natural deaths were added, but the Ministry of Health went through lengths to actually remove them from the list. Now, what do the propagandists do? They see that names are removed, and they're like, you see, that's fraud. But if the Ministry of Health was trying to inflate the numbers, why remove names? You should add as many as possible. You shouldn't remove natural deaths. You should add as many deaths as possible. So they're going through great lengths to make the list as accurate as possible. Now, you don't even need to say they're doing this from the goodness of their heart. You could simply say it's a matter of incentives. If the list isn't accurate, Israel can pick up on that. They do have ways to pick up if there's mass inaccuracies of the list. So in order for the MOH to keep their legitimacy, there's a strong incentive for them to ensure that the list is as accurate as possible. So there hasn't been anything. There really hasn't been anything. And then Emperor says, you debunked this during your review of Andrew Fox's report. Your back and forth with him on X was amusing. Yeah, I mean, he called me a capo and blocked me and refused to debate me, but his report was complete trash. And that's why, I countered everything in his report, and he didn't respond to any of them. He just blocked me. So, anywho, we'll do a few more minutes on Ministry of Health stuff, but then I do see something I want to get to. Needed to ask Adar because apparently he has the correct info. What does the population size matter exactly? On a proportional case-by-case basis, Israel didn't kill 1K people in a single day, but Hamas did. Adar, you're being extremely biased and objective or fair. Based on what? Why does the proportionate number? I think the percentage of a population you kill is relevant. I don't think you could discount that. Like in one sense, the raw numbers also very much matter, but there's a very big difference between killing 0.1% of the population and 3% of the population. And depending on population size, this could be the same total number of people. There's no reason to discount that entirely. Adar, then don't call it a genocide, give it a different definition, because when you're calling it a genocide, you're trying to make it look like the same thing as the Holocaust. Well, that's your interpretation. First of all, I generally don't describe it as a genocide because I don't care for the semantic argument. I'm actually much more interested in the moral implications of it. So I call it a mass atrocity, the mass killing of civilians. There's many ways to describe it, but when you have all the leading scholars of genocide determining it's a genocide and all the human rights groups calling it a genocide, terminology is generally based on consensus. Generally, the only people who don't think it's a genocide happen to be supporters of Israel. Whoa, what are the chances of that? I think it's a losing battle to try to say it's not a genocide, but I'm not interested in the debate on terminology. So, so that's why I describe the actual atrocity. Anyways, you're saying where's the list? Let me share it with you. I have the data right here. This is not the most recent one. This is the one from March, but it's 53,000. Sorry, 50,000 lines of data here. Why are you bringing up terminology if you don't want to go by that terminology? Because somebody wrote a comment saying, how could it be a genocide if X, Y, Z, and I explained? Noam, you often get very upset about how people talk about things and approach things, and I don't see you get upset with when people are killed en masse. So maybe that's just your style, but that's definitely not my style. I'm less concerned with the words people say. I'm more interested when children are slaughtered. That's generally what I care about. Emperor saying, I'm guessing Vegan Gains hasn't responded to you. He hasn't, and I owe him a debunking. I said if he doesn't respond to me, I'm gonna debunk him. It's already. I've been doing this for 3.5. So next stream, maybe I'll do a Vegan Gains thing. No. Let's see. So real or bust, another thing you're saying, Assad didn't kill 300,000 combatants. So yeah, let's actually look at the data. Hold on, let me pull it up. I was guesstimating, but it is around 1-to-1 because I did look at the data. There are different people reporting on data, but this is an independent third party that did a very thorough job. I've been relying on them, and it's not all too different from what you see from different sources. Civilian deaths, 164,000. So I confused total with civilian. 164,000 civilians, 120. Look how many men, overwhelmingly men, and look at women and children, right? A fraction. In Gaza, women and children are over 40%. Okay, so very well of civilians, women and children are over 50. Women and children are over 50% of civilians. It's hard to know. We don't know how many combatants are killed, but it's likely over 40% if you include combatants. But just looking at civilians, even the breakdown, women and children, civilians are dying at a much higher rate in Gaza than in Syria. Oh, wait, I didn't pull this up for people to see. Okay, sorry. Real or bust, you're making another false claim that I debunked, and I'm happy to address that in a minute. So here they say how civilians were killed. etc., etc. And now you see non-civilian deaths, 300,000. So this is 300,000 combatant deaths, but this is including both sides, right? So if you only take like Assad and then the civilians he killed, you get around 1-to-1. You're welcome to look through this data, but you see it breaks down regime forces, 90,000. So 90,000 Syrian soldiers were killed. Russia, Iran, regime-backed militiamen, another 60. That's crazy. 67,000 non-Syrian regime-backed militiamen. Hezbollah, 1,700. And then you have non-Syrian militiamen. Okay, another 8,000. Now you have the rebels, 80,000 rebels and Islamist factions. You have regime army defectors, 3,500, 11,000 Syrian Democratic Forces, 3,000 Kurds, 41,000 ISIS, 28,000 jihadists, 261 Turkish, unidentified 3,000, right? So there's some clear data here, but nothing I messed up on the total number, but you can see here it's 1-to-1, and the point remains very much so. Now, 72% are men 13 to 55. Nope, not true. You won't find an article that says that because they changed the headlines, they misreported, and they changed the headlines. They changed it from 72% of those killed are men aged 13 to 55 to 72% of men 13 to 55 are men. Very, very different claims. One is saying, right? Do you understand the difference, or would you like me to break that down? Because it could be confusing. One is saying, of all the people killed, 72% are men 13 to 55. Now, we could check the data right now. We have it open, right? Let's look. It's actually around the 72% number. That claim is actually 40-something%. So, of the age bracket, sorry, 42% of those killed are men 13 to 55. And you could very clearly see that here. Hold on. Right, we have all the age breakdown. This is the same data that report relied on, okay? I'm using the same data as them, and you could see that, you see how irresponsible the media is. But if you take males, 13, right? And also, there's this whole idea that you have 13, 14, and 15, 16-year-old combatants in a significant way is also not represented in the data, and I'll show you how we reached that conclusion. Hold on, let me make sure this is shared as well. Okay, cool. Right, we have these ages here. We want to highlight. I'm sure I'm not a big Excel guy, so I'm sure there's a faster way to do this. But if we want to highlight everything to 55, you could see my math over there. We have 24,000. 24,000 out of over 50,000. That is the number. So it's 40-something% are men ages 13 to 55. What they changed the headline to, which is more accurate, well, it is accurate. They say, of the age group, if you take the age group 13 to 55, 72% of that age group are men. But that's not something to take pride in. That's actually very bad. People putting out that article were admitting that the civilian to combatant ratio in Gaza is actually high. Why? Let's talk it through. If Israel was just indiscriminately carpet bombing Gaza, you would expect around 50% women, 50% men killed. The category of 13 to 55 would be around 50-50. Any amount of men killed more than women, you could say that that's excess men. You could see that as potential combatants, okay? Now, what does that mean? The excess men in that age bracket is 1/3 of the total list. So in saying that 72% of that age bracket are men, you're saying that at least 2/3 are civilian. But, and this is important, civilian males of all ages, almost all ages, are killed at a higher rate than females because they're sometimes confused for being combatants. They take risks like go and get food they're more likely to take risks like getting food, water, and aid, and they work in riskier jobs like first responders, etc. When we look at the data out of Gaza, let's pull this back up. Right, I'm also like, this doesn't require high-level data analysis. Like, I literally figured this out just by looking at it long enough. And yeah, I have friends who also analyze, and we've brainstormed. But look, 10-year-olds, 10-year-old boys are dying at a higher rate than 10-year-old girls. 11-year-old boys are dying at a higher rate than 11-year-old girls. It even starts younger. It starts as young. Well, it even starts as young. Here it goes back and forth. 0-year-olds, you see some back and forth, but almost all ages, you actually have males dying at a higher age, at a higher rate. So the excess males is not enough to conclude the civilian to combatant ratio, because we need to understand that some of that excess is civilians. So what that stat, that 72% of this age bracket are men, is actually in acknowledgement that the civilian to combatant ratio in Gaza is actually atrocious. It's atrocious. The articles admitted it. People just didn't know how to, that's not how it was interpreted. They thought, oh, look, this is a good sign. It's not a good sign when you actually see what it means. Look, are we saying 65-year-old men are dying almost at 2x the rate of women of the same age? 66, 67, 68, men are dying at a higher rate. So excess is expected. Excess can't just all be summed up to being combatants. Of these 50,000 lines of data, you have potentially close to no combatants. It's very plausible that the combatants aren't being added. So this is just a list of civilians. Maybe there's some negligible single-digit amount of combatants, but the combatants seem to either not being added at all or to a much lower rate than civilians. Real or bust, I already explained. You can't just say these are Hamas numbers. These numbers are verifiable by Israel. They all exist in the Palestinian Population Registry. It's public for scrutiny. People are trying to find fraud. No one found fraud. You saying these are Hamas numbers, that's just major copium at this point. The burden of proof is on you to find fraud in publicly available data that all of which exist in the Palestinian Population Registry. And that's a lot of copium. The list doesn't differentiate. So Noam, you're saying it doesn't differentiate? Correct. It's a civilian list, almost certainly. Doesn't contain the cause of death. Yeah, they're all violent deaths. The place, no, it doesn't. So the 100 to 500, 1,000 people killed, depending on the source, at Aliyah are there. No. Okay. First of all, it's not obvious. No. Al-Ali was around 70 killed. Okay. And the idea that this was for sure an Islamic Jihad rocket, I'm not accepting that. To me, it's not for certain at all. I know Israel said that. But we do have evidence. First of all, we don't have evidence of Hamas killing many thousands of their own in the past 2 years. We don't have any evidence of that. But we also, based on what we know, the instances when Hamas is killing people, they're not added to the list. This is research I did. I found a list of a few dozen people we know Hamas killed. None of them are on the list. I also found around a dozen babies that died of malnutrition. They're also not on the list. So we know that indirect deaths aren't being added. So there's a whole lot of deaths that aren't even here. This is the minimal amount. You have people buried under rubble that aren't accounted for, and you have people dying from the collapse of the healthcare system and the horrific conditions of Gaza. They're also not added. So 54,000 is a low estimate. We're talking with indirect deaths, probably closer to 100,000 at this point. You also told me, okay, so now you want to talk about child soldiers. I mean, there's a very easy way to understand that the whole claim of child soldiers. Well, first of all, we don't see videos and we don't see evidence of many child soldiers, but people like to say the 16,000 children is exaggerated because some are child soldiers. But we can know that's not the case. How? So what age do you want to check for child soldiers? You want to say maybe 13 to 17 are child soldiers, right? Despite there not being evidence. So 13 to 17, you could already see I did a calculation here, but let's start over. 13 to 17, you have 3,182. 3,182, great. And that's how many males of this age died. So you want to see how many excess over girls. That's your good way to understand about how many child soldiers have been used, right? You have 1,700, right? So if the excess right now is 1,400. So one can claim this excess of 1,400 very well might be child soldiers. So if you want to reduce 1,400 from 16,000, go for it. But because we see boys of all ages, males of all ages are dying at a higher rate, this likely does not include any or a very negligible amount of child soldiers. So the whole thing of trying to discredit the fact that 16,000 children have been killed by child soldiers, no, there's no basis for that. If there's uses of child soldiers, then they're not being added to the list. Next. Okay. Damn, my nose is fucking itchy. All right, we'll take some more comments, and then this went way longer than I thought it would. But that was fun. You guys can keep coming with the Ministry of Health claims. Like, this is one of the things I've researched the most. And I know those who watch a lot of these streams are probably tired of this by now. Realer Bus says, you were in the IDF, you know civilians aren't targeted. I was in the IDF, and I know that on a systemic level, generally speaking, civilians aren't targeted. On an individual level, soldiers will commit war crimes. But I'm not telling you that Israel is commanding the Air Force to drop bombs on buildings that they know are entirely civilians. I think they've reduced protections for civilians in a way we haven't seen in other conflict. So it's more so callous indifference. It could be, okay, we think there might be a combatant in that home. There's also a family, whatever, go for it, shoot them. Or we see drone footage of teenagers riding a donkey and being blown up. Yeah, did the drone pilots say we're now going to kill civilians, or did they say, you know what, they might be combatants, let's not take a chance, shoot them? So I think that's much more plausible and easier to defend. It doesn't need to be intentionally trying to kill civilians. It could be callous indifference towards civilian life while dropping massive amounts of firepower on Gaza. Emperor Ghidorah says, some say this death toll can be as high as 300,000. I have heard these claims. I think that if it was that high, I think we would probably have some evidence of it. I do think, though, that with indirect deaths, we very well may get to that point. Right? Indirect deaths, we need to... we need to see... It's going to take years, right? There's 17,000 natural deaths a year in Gaza, but a lot of natural deaths could be connected to the war. So heart attack, malnutrition, you don't always know what to attribute to. So we need to look at how many natural deaths are reported over the next few years. Anything over 17,000 will be indirect. So will that number be 30,000? Maybe. Is it possible to be 100,000? I don't know, but I could see it getting to those levels. I just don't... I think if it was 300,000, we'd have some evidence of it being that high. Damn, I don't know if I have fur all over my nose. I'm telling you, I think I developed an allergy while on stream today. Galactic guy says, not sure why the focus is so much number of dead. I think what matters is not how many dead, but whether Israel is intending to kill civilians. If not, the number. No. I don't think that's necessarily the right question, because it's not only about intention. It's about protection for civilians. You could let's say Israel made an assessment and said, we believe the best way to get Hamas to surrender is to drop a few nukes on Gaza. You're not intending to kill civilians. You're the collateral damage, right? So intention is important, but it breaks down at a certain place. You can't use massive firepower on a civilian population, killing them and saying, oh, well, it wasn't the intention. You just can't do that. So it should be a focus. Like, what's worse? What's worse? Intentionally killing one person or having a callous indifference towards civilian life and killing 50,000 civilians? What's morally worse? Right? Clearly, intentionality is not everything here. Real or Buster saying you have proof of this. Proof of what exactly? There are comments on Discord too. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that's not something I can know just looking at the list. I want to know which on the children's list are child soldiers. It's obvious to me that the vast majority are not soldiers. Right. So again, so I don't know if you asked this question. Yeah, you asked this question before I explained the child soldiers. Yeah, it's a negligible number of child soldiers. Nukes is intentionally killing civilians, even framed as collateral damage. Yeah, but so if you're dropping a building on a home, if you're dropping a bomb on a home, there's one combatant or even a few combatants, but primarily civilians. Is that not intentionally killing civilians? You know they're going to die, so there's something intentional about killing them. They might not have been your target, but I don't think that's all too different from the justification of a nuke. Both cases, you know, civilians are going to die, but you also have some justification for military purposes. Yeah, the scale is different, but I used an extreme example to demonstrate, right? Sometimes to demonstrate points, you take an edge case. So I used an extreme example to demonstrate that intentionality is not enough to make a moral conclusion. Galacta, you say intention is worse, but again, killing one person intentionally is not worse than killing 100,000 because you just didn't give a shit. At a certain scale, you can't just keep hiding behind intentionality. Hassan, are you still here? Because I see I didn't address some of your comments. If you're still here, I'm happy to address what you put. Can intentionality be assessed by risk as well? Ellie, I'm not sure I understand the question. What's the question? Can you please elaborate on that? Galacto guy, you're saying Israelis do give a shit. Well, you can't talk about the entire society. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the IDF? Are we talking about who? We do know that not insignificant number of the Israeli population support genocide based on polls. At least one poll, which had some methodological problems, but even if the number was highly exaggerated, it's still a not insignificant number. But then another poll said 70-something% of Israelis think civilians should either not be taken into account at all or to a very little degree. So the majority, this was a poll of Jewish Israelis. So no, the majority of Jewish Israelis don't think civilians should be taken into consideration at all or to a very little degree. This is based on the polling. Now, how does this translate? When you have soldiers that believe this, you're going to see war crimes, you know. And you literally have sent in the army on the back of a speech describing them as Amalek, as if that's not setting a certain ethos. Yeah, exactly. So Ed makes a good point. Right? Right now, Netanyahu is being explicit that his goal is to relocate Gazans. If that's your goal, the best way to relocate them is to make Gaza unlivable and to make the lives of Gazans miserable. Well, a way to do that is to be harming civilians, whether attacking them or their infrastructure or way of life. You do that at scale, that constitutes genocide. So once Netanyahu made clear his plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza, it actually gives a clear incentive. You see a clear motivation for him to want to harm civilians. Let's see if there's anything else on Discord. Yeah, no, I agree with you. A nuke, I used an extreme example. Damn, guys, I'm loud. I've never had allergies my whole entire life, but I imagine this is what it feels like. It's like back in the day, sometimes I don't know if I want to share this online. Whatever. For those who don't know, I've partied a fair bit of my life with tried all sorts of different substances, whatever. For whatever reason, opiates really make your nose itchy. So I feel like I am on opiates without the euphoria that comes with it. And with that, out of all the substances that I will tell you to never try, it's opiates. So this is not in any way an endorsement. As good as it feels, don't touch them because it's one of the single most addicting substances in existence. Anywho, no, I ate too much poppy cake. Maybe, yeah. Just what should come with the euphoria. So again, I'm not saying that nukes is the same. I agree. I took an extreme example, but again, the extreme example is to just prove that intentionality does matter. Isn't the only thing that matters. So we're not using a nuke, but like, look what we've done to Gaza. We've made it unlivable. We've killed closer to 100,000 to 50, right? I would say like 70 to 100,000 is a fair estimate for civilians we've killed. That's around 4 to 6% of the civilian population has been killed. 1 in 60 children at the very least have been killed. Hamas is still in power. So like, that's a lot of death and destruction for not a victory. We also didn't get all the hostages back. We didn't defeat Hamas, and we killed a shit ton of civilians. So again, this is how I personally am doing my proportionality assessment, but I think that this is how you understand if a war is being waged properly, and if the amount of civilians you're killing can be justified, right? Like, for example, if Israel killed 50,000 civilians and was able to defeat Hamas, change the status quo, and make Gaza this beautiful place, people would look back and be like, you know what, it was still fucked up, 50,000 died, but maybe it was worth it. But here, we're not even close to achieving that. We're like that we don't even have a vision for how to achieve that. We have no real plan to defeat Hamas. We have no real vision for what Gaza should look like after. The plan is ethnic cleansing. So, what percentage of Hamas fighters, Ellie? So these numbers are not Hamas. I don't know how many combatants have been killed. I'm talking purely about civilian numbers. These are civilian numbers. Hamas, Israel says 30,000. I think it's a fraction of that. For a few reasons. And if you want, I could get into it. But I think I'll put it this way. I think it's closer to 10,000 than 30,000. But again, we won't know this yet. Emperor says, would you consider yourself a hippie? I don't know. Hippie's kind of like, I have some hippie qualities, but I'm also like an entrepreneur, and I'm more like a burner, like people who go to Burning Man, some of them are hippies, but you also have this like these tech people who go, it's not quite a hippie, but certainly some hippie qualities. Certainly leaning towards pacifism as a general rule of thumb. I wouldn't say there's never, violence is never the answer, but it should always be the last resort. All right, who's gonna help us close this one with a nice super chat? Let's close this with a nice super chat. Namtus says, do you have a list of Hamas casualties? No, nobody does. Hamas isn't providing it, neither is Israel, right? But both can provide it. Why do I think it's highly exaggerated? So you're saying hippies had long hair. Well, even if I wanted to, I'd have a little bit of a problem with that, So Israel doesn't need to prove their claim. So why not exaggerate it, right? There's a PR war going on. Israel needs the morale to be strong. They want people to think it's going effectively. If they can make a claim that's hard to debunk, why not exaggerate it? So you'd think that by default, they have like a very strong incentive to exaggerate the number killed. In addition to that, we've already heard now from 2 whistleblowers that when people are shot in no-go zones, they're just listed as combatants. But they're doing this like even if an unarmed 16-year-old just happens to be shot in a no-go zone, which we see is happening more often than it should be, they're being listed as combatants. One of the reports said, in a single day, we killed 40-something people in a no-go zone, and ultimately intelligence just was able to identify 2 or 3 of them as combatants. They were all added to the list, right? So we see that the way they're counting combatants is not really based on who is engaging in military activity. And it's not only based on what intelligence is discovering about those killed. The third point is that an IDF report stated that they have recovered 2,500 weapons from Gaza. You killed 30,000 combatants, but you only have 2,500 weapons. Now, you need to think some of those weapons were probably found in storages in bulk, dozens at a time. So if you killed 30,000, and again, some you may have killed in tunnels, you didn't retrieve their body, but how do you know they're dead? And it's just if the number was near 30,000, you'd expect a lot more weapons to be retrieved. So these are 3 very clear data points corroborating. Well, one's not a data point. One is just a matter of incentive, but two data points and 1 matter of incentive pointing to it being highly inflated. Oh, okay, Ellie, I understand your question. You said 4% of civilians, but what percentage of Hamas fighters? Well, it's hard to know, but like this is based on a U.S. report, and I think maybe an Israeli report as well, but don't take my word for it. The U.S. intel report said that they have pre-October 7th numbers. So like I don't know how many we killed, but they've been able to recruit. So they're back to like they're back to their numbers. So it's hard to know how to calculate that. But if you take Israel's word for it, then you're talking they killed nearly 100% and then they recruited another 100% or something like that, or they whatever. It's not exactly like that, but yeah, but I can't tell you, Ellie, because we just don't know. We just don't know. But we do know that they're still in control of at least 50% of Gaza. So Galacta, you say Hamas is not in power. You know that. Come on, well, they're in control of 50% of Gaza. So they still are actually in power. 2 years to just take 50%. That's, I don't know, pretty weak. Pretty weak. Emperor, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Do you know any martial arts? I learned Krav Maga in the IDF. I don't know if that's a form of martial arts. It's not an art. It's martial, I guess. It's a very non-technical form of fighting because they don't have time to get you technical. It's about unleashing aggression in a way that can cause maximum damage and might save your life if you're in hand-to-hand combat. After the army, I did a little bit of like boxing stuff, and I wrestled in middle school and high school. And I like watching MMA, so I actually do know some submissions, but not from training, just from observing it. So I have a friend that we do some, we sometimes wrestle and do some submissions. So yeah, basic stuff, basic stuff. I put it this way, probably like somebody my own weight, unless they were trained or very athletic, I could probably take them. Somebody trained, much more athletic than me or much bigger than me would beat me up. But the best form of protection is knowing how to not get into fights and being able to de-escalate. But when I was younger, I used to get in fights in high school and stuff. I got in a lot of fights growing up, believe it or not, but not anymore. Anyways, thanks again for the $5. Really appreciate it. How do you know that people on the list of the MOH are not resistance fighters? No, so the MOH doesn't say anything about them. The MOH or Hamas are not making any claims. It's simply by looking at the data. What you need to do, right, is you need to see the excess, right? So if you look at how many here, okay. So because we've already identified there's a negligible number of, like, we showed that there's an excess of 1,200 military age. I'm saying that in quotation, boys on the list. I'm gonna cancel that out for now, just for the sake of showing this, because that is negligible in the big picture, right? So you look at women. We know women aren't combatants. We know boys and girls aren't combatants, like women and children are not, and elderly. Okay, so when you take these three numbers, you're at 55%. So what you're left with is 44%. Now, how do you identify out of this 44% how many are combatants? Well, if you want to, at the very least, you need to remove from this 22,000 men. You need to look at the excess between women and men, right? So you take 22,000. Oh, actually, you could just do this. Hold on. Equals this minus this. So there's 13,961 excess men on the list. Now, that's 13,000 out of 50,000. That is around, what's that, around 30 times 3? No, that's around 25%. Okay, so we're already saying there's 25% of the list are excess men, but because we see all males are dying at a higher rate, not only in military age, this number, this 25% is eaten up. It's either all canceled out or canceled out to the point where we're talking about like single-digit percent combatants. So just based on the demographics we see and the excess males being killed of all demographics, if I had a chart, I don't know where I did actually create a chart. Let me see if I could find it. Ellie, you're saying does take into consideration the fact that Israel targeted Hamas members with their family? Does what take into consideration? Am I taking that into consideration when looking at the excesses, or please clarify? Thanks. Let's see if I could find the chart. Lama says bald lives matter. I would agree. So Nomcha, I hope that answers your question. I mean, the data here paints a very clear picture, you know. There's a negligible number of combatants on this list. So Ellie, what you're saying is because combatants are killed with their families, then you think that looking at the excess might not work out properly, right? Like you could see a situation where more civilian women are dying than civilian men. Is that what you're saying? Okay, cool. So yeah, I thought about this and somebody else brought it up. For a few reasons. First of all, the excess males you're seeing on all ages. So there's no reason to attribute, there's no reason to think that it's not happening with military ages as well. Like there's literally only in the only in like 1-year-olds. Wait, which one? One-year-old females are dying at a higher rate, but pretty much every other age you have males dying at a higher rate. Now, in addition to that, you do have a fair bit of people being killed at their homes, but that, from what we know, doesn't seem to account for the majority. So it shouldn't skew the data so much. But additionally, if so many people were being killed in their families, then that should give you an unusual spike of children, because you have a very you have multiple children per family. In addition to that, you also have, like, to the point where if they're killing so many people in their homes that you have a situation where you have more women, more civilian women dying than civilian men, you should see something unusual happen with children. Additionally, often when a home is blown up, it's not just a home, it's a building, there's many families there. So there doesn't seem like there's anything that there's anything here. Can you say that there's been some instances where a husband and wife were killed many times over, so it somewhat changes the excess of male to female? Yeah, but it's not going to do it in any way that's going to change the total meaningfully. I think at this point we should assume also when we find names of combatants killed, and I haven't done very deep on this. I've searched some names, and all the combatants I've searched, I'm not finding on the list. So I think at this point we need to assume that this list is either entirely or almost entirely civilians. Combatants just aren't being added, and if they are, it's a negligible amount, maybe even by accident. And you could also see an incentive for this. Hamas doesn't want the IDF to get intel on who they killed and who they didn't. You know, they would rather Israel not know. So you could see an incentive for them to keep it off the list. Anyways, I hope that clarified. Altoids, you want to come up? Sure. Oh, Altoids, did you leave? Oh, I saw you raise your hand but left. Okay. You're saying so the group that contains combatants is overrepresented compared to their size of the general population. Right, but that's because males are being killed at a higher rate. Also, like 10-year-old boys are being killed at a higher rate than 10-year-old girls. So looking at a higher percentage of military-age men being killed does not mean that there's combatants on the list. It just means that military-age men are much more likely to be suspected of being combatants, right? Like if you're in Gaza now and you see a military-age man without a gun, he's much more likely to be shot than a child or a woman and an elderly, significantly higher. Additionally, the first responders, medics and stuff, overwhelmingly men, so they're taking more risks. Also, the people who are leaving their homes to look for aid and get food and water, overwhelmingly military-aged men. So military-aged men who are civilians are expected to die at a far higher rate than women of the same age. Ellie says, do you think Hamas have control on the names of the list they released by the MOH, or are they just not reporting their deaths? My sense of it, right, and this is speculation, my sense of it is not that they're like thoroughly reviewing everything, but there's probably actually we would need to think about how that's done. I think they're likely telling them not to report on combatants, and that's why it's not happening. But also, we need to think combatants are like a dead combatant might not be brought to the hospital, or when they're brought to the hospital, they're brought in by other combatants, right? Let's say they're brought in injured and they die of their injuries. At that point, the MOH knows not to add it to the list. It might be on a separate list. Also, many combatants very well, not we know for certain combatants are being killed in tunnel. They might still be there. So while we know that there's still people buried under rubble, you have a higher proportion of combatants being buried under rubble. But it's hard to know the exact directive MOH is getting from Hamas, etc. But what we do know, because of the relationship between Israel's access to a registry and the intel they have, there is checks and balances, essentially, that Hamas, we know that Hamas wouldn't want Israel to find major fraud on the list. That wouldn't be good. Now, what I can't make sense of, so I'm putting this out there, maybe someone has an idea. What doesn't make sense, because people say Hamas run, Hamas run, Hamas run. Well, you have two Hamas run. You have the Ministry of Health and the Gaza Media Office. They're saying completely different things. The Gaza Media Office is saying 70% are killed are women and children. But here, very clearly, we see that that's not the case, you know? So that's interesting where that inconsistency comes from. This, to me, this discrepancy between what these two organizations are saying gives me the impression that Hamas is not probably like micromanaging them and telling them how to function. They're seemingly making decisions on their own, or they're run by different people, because the fact that they're giving different data is reason for scrutiny. More people are questioning the legitimacy of the numbers because of the discrepancy between these two organizations. So that it's interesting that that exists, and I'm not quite sure what to make of this. Emperor says, have you made a video explaining all your research on the MOH data? So I did a video like 6 months ago that was an assessment of the war crimes, and it started with this, with a similar assessment like on death toll. But what I think I'm going to do is another one, maybe sometime next week. It'll be a full stream, and I'll pull up charts and stuff so it's more organized and easy, and I'll just do the full presentation of how we can estimate the civilian death toll with a high degree of certainty. There's margin of error. There's some things you need to speculate. That's how you get a range, right? Like, we don't know what it is, but we could get a range. I think a relatively accurate range. First, the common claim was that all dead Israelis were killed by IDF, not just a small number. No, you're right. Some people are saying that. I've seen people online make the claim that Hamas only killed combatants and all the civilians killed were killed by Israeli fire. We know that's not true, because we have GoPro footage from Hamas killing civilians. So that claim is baseless. But you are right that people are saying that. How many were killed from Israeli fire? I don't know. I think it could be anywhere from like a few dozen to like 100 plus. You need to think like the amount of Apache fire that was shot. There was complete chaos. You had complete chaos. It was reported of massive amounts of Hellfire missiles were shot. It was reported that 70 cars were blown up returning to Gaza. Presumably, some amount of them had hostages. We know that the Air Force lost connection with ground command. So it's hard to know. There's a few single instances that we know that we could attribute it to. Do I want to get into this analysis? I mean, I haven't done the full research to be fully, like, my range is so large on the, I don't even think it matters. I don't think it was intentional. I think it was as a result of chaos. So I don't know, whatever. But I think it's fair to assume that a dozen we know from tank fire, there was one instance where a dozen were killed. And then the bodies that were charred beyond recognition that took a very long time to ID, most likely were Hellfire missile, because that is the firepower that, the only firepower that was used that could incinerate a body to the point where it takes that long to identify. But to get a more accurate number, we would need to really, really look at it. But the fact that it was intentional and that it's like it happened as a result of chaos, I don't think it's even that important of an analysis to do. Emperor says, have you been watching Vegan Gains Israel debates? No, I only saw the 2 clips you sent me of him calling me out. But if you have like a good piece of content, maybe it's like 15 minutes of him saying a whole lot on Israel, Palestine, or on Gaza, maybe I'll use that as the basis of my debunking. So if you have a good example, and no, I haven't watched it. I'm not going to prepare for the debunking. I don't think I need to. Vegan Gains rose to fame from debunking meat eaters who were anti-truth, you could say. Vegan Gains, when it comes to Gaza, is the sum of all the meat eaters he's debunked. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. His knowledge is 100 being maximum knowledge. He's at like a 7. It's like a nothing. And I mean, who knows? Send me a video. Maybe I'll change my mind. But in the 2 videos of him, the 2 videos you sent me where he was saying things about me, I think it was like 5 points of misinformation, 2 ad hominems, and no truth. I mean, that's a bad track record, you know? So I imagine it's going to be consistent if we look at a longer piece of content. But please send it. I'll do a debunking at some point. I thought that dead bodies go into the hospital and doctors, a lot of them intentional volunteers, tally them up and don't know who is. So this is possible, right? So it's possible that some amount of the list are Hamas. I put the number between of the data we have between 10 to like 1% being combatants, because often if you show up to, like, if Hamas is being killed, it's unclear that they're being brought to hospitals. What's the point of bringing them to hospital? And if they're being brought to a hospital injured, they very well they're being brought by other combatants. So I think it's very plausible some amount will be on the list. But yeah, not all. And then another theory is really that there's just been like 4,000 or 5,000 combatants killed, and everybody's on the list. That's also possible. I don't think that's the case, but it's possible that the list is pretty much everybody that's been accounted for, and there's just not too many combatants being killed. They're doing a good job coming in and out of their tunnels. Doesn't seem so plausible, though. Okay, guys, it's already damn, 4.5 hours. This might be the longest live stream I've ever done. Guys, I think I just might need to become a full-time streamer at this point. You know, just do it, huh? If I do, though, honestly, if I start streaming every day, I'm telling this to all the viewers, there'll need to be more super chats, because my time is valuable, and you guys need to think that, like, dedicating 4.5 hours of time for, let's see, I got 2 super chats, $20, and then ad revenue. This will probably make another like 27 divided by 4. So I'm talking like $7 an hour. Okay. Very humble. I mean, I don't do this for money, but I mean, at this point, it's a significant portion of my day. So just putting that out there. I think I might stream more, but for those who want to support, do it. Oh, and just like that, Ellie, really appreciate you. Got it. Thank you, Ellie. Emperor says, Adar, will you please record and share the interview of Ghazi Hamad on LBC? I don't know what interview you're talking about, but I'm happy to. And what's LBC? I don't know what that is. I'd like to hear everything he had to say. Give me more info on what you mean. You could also send it on Discord. Ellie says, in previous words, the numbers on the list were accurate, and so Israel's assessment of how many Hamas members were killed. Yeah, that's true. That is true. There's it's a little bit different here because the other Gaza operations, there was no. Ahmed, thank you so much for the 500 EGP. I don't know what that is, but hey, I hope it's 1-to-1 on the dollar, huh? But thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Where were we? So the other operations in Gaza, there was no pressure to end it quickly. Like they were very quick. It was like a month. So here there's a little bit more incentive for both parties to exaggerate, you know. So there's a slightly different incentives. The difference is it's much easier for Israel to make a claim on a number that's not provable. It's much harder for the MOH to do that. So yeah, it's interesting. If they're both right, then certainly the combatants aren't on the list because I mean there's not even that many men on the list, you know, let alone combatant men. Let's see what EGP is. EGP currency. Egyptian pound. Cool. Oh, nice. Thanks so much, Ahmed. I appreciate that. It comes out to around $10 if anybody was interested. ITS, did you just comment 150 shekels? That's not that's not a super chat. That's literally you writing an amount. But I appreciate you manifesting that into existence, you know. I do sometimes consider, like, I've always done the content for passion, but I have considered like doing it a lot more full time. I just, you know, even I'm speaking fully honest. I appreciate the super chats and it does motivate me to do it more, but I don't know if it's my pride or something. I hate to like ask for it. Like I don't. It's hard for me for like my livelihood to be people giving me money like that. I'm trying to reflect on why I struggle with it. It might be an issue of pride or just like I don't want people maybe to think that I'm doing this for the money because I'm not. So I'm conflicted about this whole thing, but you know, anyways. Ellie says, couldn't it be the case the unidentified bodies under the rubble are overwhelmingly Hamas? Oh yeah. That's what I said earlier. I don't know if you missed it. That's I think almost certain, right? Some amount of civilians are under rubble, but combatants a much higher degree because they're in tunnels, you know. Yeah. But so like so is it possible that Hamas they are adding all combatants to the list and you just have like a pretty significant, like let's take an example. Let's say 90% of this list is civilians. Less than 90% is going to be pretty hard to believe just because of the excess males we're seeing of all ages. But let's say 90%. So we're talking about 5,000 combatants on the list. And then who knows, let's say you have 5,000 more buried under rubble. Sounds like a lot buried under rubble, but maybe. Like I could see that being the case. So it's possible that there's no intention to not add combatants. I'd say that is possible. Yeah. Okay, guys, we're gonna do this. We're gonna wrap this up, but we'll do a chill room. We'll do an after party on Discord. I'm just not gonna really stay on just because it's been so long. But whoever is watching now, we're gonna continue the conversation on Discord. It's an awesome community with Israelis, Palestinians, and voices all over the world. You don't need to speak; you could just listen. But we're gonna do this. So I'm dropping a link. I did. You're saying you remember the 150 shekels. That was conversion from the Egyptian pound. And then Ahmed saying inflation is brutal. Damn. Oh man, if it went from 150 to 35, that's Ahmed has inflation in Egypt is it been that bad as of late? That's wild if so. And last question. Oh, real quick. This is my ADHD. I'm literally mid explaining Discord. Drop the link in chat. That link is also in the description. And if you're listening to the audio version, it's also in the description. If you're on Twitter watching this, yeah, I see we have some good people on Twitter. You'll see that in my bio. Cool. Ahmed confirming past couple of years inflation's been fucked. Damn, sorry to hear that, man. Once you join Discord on the left-hand side, you're going to see a room that is called After Party. Click After Party. Well, we'll call it, what do we want to call it? Live stream After Party. And then click there and you'll be connected. Last but not least, ITS say, are the people taken to Israeli prisons counted under rubble? Well, counted under rubble, there's no, the Gaza media office is claiming that there's 10,000 unaccounted for missing. I take everything they say with a grain of salt, so I don't do all too much with that. What we did see was when the MOH recently revised the list, some of the names they removed, they couldn't find enough evidence that it was a violent death, and they thought maybe it's a natural death. But some of the others were people who were reported dead by the families that they then discovered they weren't dead. They were actually in prison. So it was a misreport, and then they removed them. So that's all I could tell you about the prison population. Like prisoners being added, that they found some amount that were then removed. Is it possible that the Gaza media office missing is those who have potentially been arrested and unaccounted for, and those under rubble? That's an interesting theory. Yeah, that's possible. I don't know. I don't trust the GMO because we know that they're saying claims that are just not true, right? I don't trust the Ministry of Health either in terms of if the Ministry of Health makes a statement, take it with a grain of salt. What I trust is the raw data they release, right? Like their daily reporting, they could exaggerate that. So for example, like sometimes you'll get an attack that they're claiming like 300 killed. We can't know that for sure. Now, when you add up their daily reporting, it does match their updated list, but if they wanted to, technically they could, and I'm not saying they're doing this, I'm just trying to think of all angles. What they could do is they could, let's say there was an attack, they could over-exaggerate the number for PR purposes, and then over the subsequent days, reduce the amount they report in order so it matches the final tally. Technically, they could be doing that. I think, generally speaking, the daily reporting is also accurate. It's just not verifiable. So the basis and the gold standard, I think, is these lists that that they're releasing. And the only way this isn't is if somehow we discover that there's massive fraud and there's really thousands of people, many thousands of people that aren't dead. That would change the numbers. And is it possible that that's the case? Yes, but you need to think with so much public scrutiny, so many people looking for flaws in the data and haven't finding anything, hard to believe there's massive fraud. You would likely see some evidence of it. So that's that. Anyways, see you all on Discord or see you on the next stream. When will be the next stream? I don't know. If I decide to start doing this full time, maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. Vache Watcher saying, sorry I joined kind of late. You're saying civilian rationing combatant is high. No, I mean, we don't know the civilian to combatant ratio because we don't know combatants, but even if you take an estimate on combatants, the civilian combatant ratio is high regardless, unless you truly believe that Israel killed 30,000 militants. But what I explained probably 25 minutes ago, if you want to watch back, you'll see why the 30,000 number almost certainly is very highly inflated, very highly inflated. So civilian to combatant ratio, and I'm saying this with a high degree of confidence. And look, everything I'm saying, I'm risking my reputation, so I don't take this lightly. And if I was in the space of just hasbara or like anti-Israel propaganda, then it wouldn't matter if I was wrong, because those who view my content don't care. They care about just getting their beliefs confirmed. But I like to think that the viewers here view this not just because I confirm their beliefs, but because they believe that there's like a good faith and honest approach to these analyses and commentary, right? And I think there's a pretty broad spectrum of people watching this. So when I make such claims, I realize I'm risking my reputation, and I don't take it lightly. But I say with a very high degree of certainty that the civilian to combatant ratio is almost certainly the highest in the 21st century, and very likely by far the highest. I'll do another review on this in a week or so, where I just focus on death toll and all that stuff. And yeah, could Natasha be right? Natasha is no, she's just a propagandist. She has no idea. Either she's a pathological liar or she has no idea what she's talking about. Maybe a little bit of both. Anyways, much love to everybody who tuned in. Thank you all for the super chats. Thank you all for the comments and challenging questions at times as well. And hope to see you on Discord. Okay, Vosh, last question. I keep signing off, and then I did respond to this, but natural deaths are overwhelmingly very, very young and very, very old. So if they would be included, you'd see unusual spikes in the graphs on those ages. Technically, what the MOH could do is take some percentage of natural deaths of an equal distribution of all ages and sneak them in. I can't tell you the exact number, because I would need to know how many people of each age die naturally every year. I don't have that data, but I do know that overwhelmingly it's 60 plus, and then like 0 and 1 year olds are dying of natural deaths. So they can't be included because we'd see that in the data. So you could take some amount of natural deaths and evenly distribute them, but that's not many. And we do know, because of the last update the MOH did, they found what they believe to be natural deaths in the list that were reported by families. They removed them. So we know that the Ministry of Health is actually going through great lengths to remove natural deaths. So if there are not, I would probably say it's plausible that there's some amount of natural deaths there, but we're talking about negligible. Like, it's not about. No, yeah, this was from Andrew Fox's report. It's closer to 17,000. Andrew Fox said he believes 6,000 have been added, but there's no basis. He's just saying things. He didn't prove it. I debunked every single claim in his report. He just blocked me. He didn't respond to it. But it's like people say, what about natural deaths? What about those killed by Hamas? What about this? Some amount you might find there, right? It's not a perfect data set. You can't expect a perfect data set with what's happening in Gaza. It's more so about it giving you just a basis for estimating death toll. And that, I think we could say with very high degree of certainty, that the raw data we have gives us a basis to estimate death toll. Anyways, Vosh, if you want to keep talking, join Discord or come back next stream. But thank you all. Oh, it's funny. I called you Vosh, and your thing is actually Vosh Hate Watcher. So actually calling you just Vosh is probably offensive. So might be. Anyways, thanks for